Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Bruv.
How in the world am I going to pump anything with 10,000 subscribers when you got people like BitBoy over here that actually do freaking stuff like that, like exactly what you're talking about? But you make all these baseless accusations over me. So, yeah, then I'm going to come to your Discord and ask questions of why you're being hypocritical, where you talked about all this bogus crap in the past, deleted your YouTube channel. In the titles of your previous YouTube channel, you tell people to invest in Ape NFT and whatever heck else it was, and AMC and GameStop, literally the stuff that was trending at the time. Why did you then delete your channel in around January, create this channel, or you might have actually got taken off by YouTube because people are like, "Wow, you're actually committing defamatory claims." But
Okay.
I don't know. But see, I'm not going to accuse. I'm not going to accuse you of YouTube taking off your channel because I don't know that.
Replied to Luna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yo,
But I think
who is
you
Someone
can
has
this?
their mic
find one
unmuted.
now. Yes, nowadays a lot of private information also can get easily. Them
Who is-
scary. Flow VR minus 5%.
Bro.
TY
On mute, Gordo is gone.
Okay, thank you, whoever muted that, whatever that was.
Okay, so I can go on this speech forever, but just answer my question. Why are you talking down to other? And I can't speak for Jesse. I can't. I'm not a part of the Obsidian Council. First of all, I'm not. I'm not in that, so I don't even know why. Like, I think you just said that for clicks, views. I don't know, but I'm not a part of any other YouTuber. I am my own YouTuber, so I can't speak for any of those other people. But what I can say is they obviously do content about other projects. I don't know if they get paid personally or not. I don't. So why are you talking down to me about just doing content about projects when I tell people all the time, you need to invest in real estate. You need to invest in blue chip dividend producing stocks, things that are tried and true that's been around for decades before you even take a dollar and gamble it in the DeFi space because it is a gamble. I mean, you want to sit here and say I'm a moon boy for Titano or whatever. I even said in the previous Titan talk, I even said on their YouTube channel, bro, do not invest in any of this stuff unless you have a solid foundation, right? Like, this is a gamble play. This is the Wild West. They call it that all the time. So why would you do content around all these NFTs and stuff and promote this when like you're being hypocritical? So what? I just want to know.
Wow, that was a lot of words. How do you feel, Austin? Are you good, bro? How you feeling? What are your
So you
sentiments?
can't
How
even
do you
answer my
feel?
question. You want to go to insults? You want to go to all this stuff? Just answer my question.
This is a childish behavior that doesn't let anyone come to
Who,
your channel.
who is talking right now, bro? Who's this
Daddy,
group?
your daddy.
Bro, mute that fool. Why you like? Why are you here? Like, you're not Austin. Let him talk. He can talk for himself. Like I
Because
said,
you want
it's
views. That's why you want to talk to people who have
Okay,
views.
I don't know who's talking, but please mute. I don't know who's talking. I'm sorry. I can't. My phone. I'm using my phone. I'm not using my laptop, so I can't. Like, the screen's small. Anyways, so if that was a lot of words for you OnChain, all right, a simple one sentence. Why did you do that content about promoting bogus NFTs and all that other stuff?
do you feel like you answered my questions?
I'm waiting for you to answer this. I don't understand why you can't answer this.
So, okay.
So the first thing was, please come on
now,
voice
so
chat.
here's what. Now it's my turn to talk. It's my turn to talk. So I already let you talk, right? So I want to point out a few things to you and to the public because we're obviously doing this with a gallery. So to the gallery, let me introduce myself. You are on OnChain Discord, where Austin showed up to I can't say crash the party because it's an open party. If I wanted to kick him, I would have done that already. So obviously, I don't have a problem with the confrontation. I'm down for the game. I'm down for the smoke. Unlike these snowflakes out here, evidently, right, Austin didn't want to face this in a space where he could actually look bad on record forever. Okay, so that's why he doesn't want to go on the actual.
See, this is what you do,
no,
bro.
don't interrupt.
Bro, I'm not going to let you talk and keep
Don't
committing like
interrupt, bro.
defamatory things. You're putting
Don't
words into my
interrupt.
mouth.
I
And this is
let
what
you
you
say
do in your
everything you
video.
want to say.
See, here you're like, I let you talk, but then you can
Bro.
say whatever you want, and then you're gonna say, "Oh no, I let you talk." No, I'm gonna correct you if you're gonna sit here and act like a child. I didn't come on here and not to go on YouTube when you just don't
Bro,
want to. Austin doesn't
already
want to
said
look
your
bad for.
piece. You already like
He's been
Are you
for
gonna
this
answer
to
my
be a
question?
good
Because I did
experience.
everything you said.
For this to be a good experience, you have to be able to talk without interruption, and I have to be able to talk without
Everybody
interruption.
in your chat right now wants you to know. I mean, and see, the funny thing is, a lot of these people in your chat was actually earlier supporting you and tagging me, messaging me. People, this one guy actually literally tagged me on Twitter, calling me a scammer because of you and all this stuff. And now they're like, bro, just answer the question.
Okay.
Because
So,
you said,
okay.
hey, come on here. Come on here. So come on.
Can I talk now? Are you gonna let me talk?
I'll let you talk if you stop, using freaking
No, don't
insults
tell me
and
what to do when I'm
allegations.
talking. I don't tell you what to do, right? You in my Discord, I can literally tell you what to do, and if you don't respect it, I can kick you out. But I'm letting you do what you want to do, right? So the minimum you can do is when I'm talking, just actually don't talk and listen. Because when you're talking, I let you say everything you want to say. Can we agree on that?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So now I'm gonna talk. All right. So here's what's going on here, right? So I'm issuing a very public challenge to these YouTubers out here that I'm identifying as scamming YouTubers. And they're either scamming directly or they're aligning themselves with scammers, meaning projects with bad intentions. And I'm being very clear about this, right? I believe that the vast majority of these projects literally are out to get people's money. So what happens when a YouTuber who has a responsibility when they're giving access to their platform to these projects that they are intimate with, meaning this is not something they're just watching from afar. This is a project that you are intimate with, and you're deciding to push it to your viewers. And then you want to turn around when this project goes to zero, you want to act like you don't know what's going on. You want to pretend like you didn't have the possibility to do your proper due diligence despite the intimacy and the proximity that you have with the project. So now I'm saying this is dubious behavior at best. So we're not going to sit here and act like you guys, the YouTubers that, by the way, are getting paid in general to talk about these projects. We're not going to sit here and act like you don't know what you're doing and that this is all innocent. When the damn thing goes to zero, it's a problem, bro. It's a problem. So just because crypto has gotten used to the fact that projects can systematically be scams and go to zero and no one is facing any consequence, I think you guys got a little too comfortable. And I get it. I get it because it's a lot of money. Some of these projects are willing to pay you guys a lot of money to push this shit down people's throats. So that's exactly what's happening. So now your little friends over at Obsidian, they go and start a whole KYC company, all right, set themselves up to be gatekeepers for these projects to specifically come to them so that they can profit on the front end and the back end. So not only you guys are getting the money from the YouTube views, that's not enough. You're getting money from the projects who are paying you for the marketing. That's not enough. You also want the money for the... I'm not done, bro. I'm not done. I'm gonna be done soon.
I'm not a part of Obsidian Council. This is a conversation about you and Austin Clark's YouTube channel. I'm not a part of Obsidian Council.
I said your little friends. I said your little
They're not my friends. I even said in your Discord, I agree that there's a conflict of interest. I agree that there's a conflict of interest.
Are you gonna let me talk, bro? You're gonna get your chance. When you're talking, I won't interrupt. Don't worry. I won't interrupt you. So you'll get the chance to say everything that you're saying. So anyways, as I was saying, I said your little friends over at the Obsidian Council, all right? So they are positioning themselves to profit from massive conflict of interest. And when in your video, someone asked you about Titano and Jesse Echo, what was your immediate reaction? Which proves my point. These are your little friends, right? or maybe they call you their little friend. I don't know, whatever. Which one of you is littler? So your response was, oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I don't want any drama. I don't want to address it. Like suddenly everybody's raising their hands up the moment that you guys cashed out and got the bag from everybody. Like all these projects are garbage. They're promising 100,000% APY. Like this is definite, mathematically, this is garbage. It's never going to work. It was never the plan for it to work. Anything that's going to show sustainability is most likely going to reduce that APY, which is garbage marketing because it's deceiving. And that's the stuff I'm calling out. But I get it. It's hard to face me when I'm coming at you guys so hard, when I'm the only guy doing it out here. Because guess what? The YouTubers, they don't have the habit of calling out each other on stuff like that. So nobody thought this was going to happen. But we're here now. I'm calling you guys out on the fact that you're pushing garbage to the viewers, right? And you're profiting on all fronts. Trying to pretend like you're not making money from Titano is a joke. You are making money from them. You are getting paid in some way, shape, or form. Whether you want to admit it or not, that's up to you. Second, you don't even need to get direct compensation because once you end the project early, you have all the necessary incentive in place for you to want to do the most to push the project. So my problem, my qualm, my callouts are based on this right here. And this is my final point. It's based on the fact that we are in an industry that we have corrupted our own selves. Nobody, no third-party actor came in between us, the crypto participants, to corrupt us. We did that ourselves. So this is the problem. We want this wag me, we're all gonna make it, except we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're making it virtually impossible for this place to be healthy and live through the years to come because we're so greedy to make that initial quick money, the quick bag. Nobody's seeing the bigger picture. If we don't protect the newcomers and DeFi is going to die, bro. That's the problem. So if you want to come here and talk to me, you got to address that first because that was the initial starting point. And after you address that, I will be more than happy to answer your questions. So let's go.
Bro, you dodged the whole question. Wow. Seriously? Bravo. Nicely done.
Nice lips, bro.
All right, so first off, I just want to apologize, okay? I was a little heated. I was sitting here listening to you, and I was calming down, all right, because I don't like being interrupted, so I apologize for interrupting you. But the first thing I want to say...
Thank you for the apology.
The first thing I want to say is I agree with your overall mission, okay? I agree with you wanting to call out scammer. I got rug pulled. I've gotten rug pulled 2 or 3 times. Okay, I've invested in a ton of projects that I have not even done content on. I don't know if anybody in here or even you have heard. Yeah, have you heard of Rot Game?
Nope.
Okay, so that was being pushed heavy. Okay, about I think it was February or March. I don't know. Whenever or early this year. Okay, I was literally building content up to do a project about that, and I'm just using this as an example. I invested I'd say about $1,000 in just a test amount, and it was rugged. It was a slow rug. It was terrible. Look it up. It was terrible. I invest in a lot of projects that I don't even talk about on my channel because I let them perform. Now when I did that AMA with High Point, when I did the AMA with MDB, when I did the AMA with Aria, a few of these projects that are just they haven't launched yet, I did that in response to my audience saying, hey, can you do content around projects that are not even launched yet or they're early launched or whatever like that? I did one with Sphere too. And I was like, okay, cool. So that's why I started doing that. I started doing this, and I get it. It's a slippery slope, and I try to do as much research as I can. It's not like, I have this magic ball and I know what's going to succeed and what's not. I mean, there's tons. I can show you my DMs. I'll send you a screenshot of my DMs in the little media channel you have of all the projects that reach out to me and say, hey, could you do an AMA with us? Hey, could you do a video about us? And I don't even reply. I leave them in my little thing and I let them build up for instances like this where people will try to accuse me of getting paid or whatever, which no one has except for you, because I don't. Like, so just to address your first concern with, you said about Titano, right? Because I do a lot of content about Titano. No, they do not pay me to do videos about them. And then what you said was, and then I'll let you respond to this. I don't want to go on this giant speech. What you said even contradicts what you even said of me being accused of being paid. Of, you were like, well, you're getting paid from Titano whether you want to admit it or not. But even if you're not, you're getting paid indirectly with you getting in early. So right then and there, you're building up all these little defenses on what I could counteract by saying, when it's like I'm not getting paid by it. I'm not getting paid by Titano to make videos. I'm not getting paid by MDB to do AMAs with them. I'm not getting paid by High Point. Didn't get paid by High Point to do an AMA with them. So that's why it kind of hit me in the gut when I seen you do that little snippet in that one video of me getting my pockets full, or you said I had my hand in the pot or something like that, with doing a video with High Point. I never did anything of the sort, and I didn't sell my High Point until literally the day they failed. So when you make all these baseless claims, and when you even said it yourself, you said whether you want to admit it or not, like, and you say there's no one out here, bro. Have you ever heard of CoffeeZilla? Have you ever heard of Spencer Cornelia? Spencer Cornelia is one of my close friends. Okay, he lives in Las Vegas. Look him up. He has like 700, or he has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Okay, where he calls out scammers on a day. He's one of my good friends. Like, you think I would literally create content out here trying to scam people when one of my friends that does it on a regular, like, I will even show you DMs of me and him on Facebook talking about how we should literally expose some of these things that are other scammers. It's not even relevant to crypto, but it's like, you make all these claims, and that's the frustrating thing, is that you make these claims with no evidence. You make these claims that are just so outlandish, and that's what bugs people like me, that I try to stay as legit and transparent as possible. I literally go on live stream at least once a week. I try to make it every Sunday. Sometimes it's Monday or whatever, of showing me taking either profit or I'm not taking profit.
Prior to this point, when you made the apology for interrupting me, you were behaving on 1000% snowflake mode. Right now, you just went from a snowflake to a man, because that's how men talk. Like, you need to be able to hear the things you don't want to hear, and then just wait and talk back with actual things that make sense and that represent your point of view. All right. So now here's the problem with what you just said. It's convenient to say that, yo, bro, I'm not getting paid for this. But what's the bigger picture? Let's be real here, Austin. What's the bigger picture? What does being paid represent? It represents incentive. It represents compensation. Compensation is aligned with incentive. So if I were to tell you, you have a 50% chance of making 100 times more money than what I could pay you to promote my project if you get the token instead of $2,000, guess what? You're going to buy the token early because it's a lot more compensation. Okay? So if you're not getting paid, and you're saying I'm contradicting myself, but I'm not, and deep down you already know this, because it's not complicated to understand. Any child can understand this. Your incentives are aligned with the project you're shilling. That's why it's called shilling. So let's not sit here and pretend you're not shilling, bro. So can you please at least agree that you are shilling? And the definition of shilling, just to be clear here, being that your incentives or your incentives are completely aligned with making sure that other people get into project X that you are already involved with. Can we agree on that, yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
And if you were to, and see, here's the thing: if you were to do any research on me, okay, any research on my channel, go back to my first ever finance video, because I did have like bullcrap videos in the past, but actual when I started taking YouTube serious, I literally just wanted to create a journey. I'm going to say the cringy YouTube thing, and because you even called it out too, or I think one of your commenters did, I don't know, but I did. and you can go back and watch my videos where I literally talk about this, where I get 10 videos or 10 views a video, where I just wanted to document my journey of what I did right, what I did wrong. It'd be really cool to have a YouTube channel to look back on when I'm freaking old and being like, wow, that's cool. I made money there. That's bad. I lost $20,000 in Time Wonderland, which I did a video on, and I told everybody exactly how much I lost because I am transparent about that. You know, it's like that's what's really frustrating, and that's where I came from a place where even at the start of this recording or start of this voice chat, where I'm kind of heated because it's passion, dude. I took a lot of time, blood, sweat, and energy into this channel that I'm making. Where even when you said in this video today that I was bullcrapping you, where I'm moving out of the military, dude. I literally just got out of the military a week ago, not even a week ago, and that's like a huge If you're not, I don't know if you ever served or if anybody here, that's a huge transition. I'm not sitting here trying to put myself on a pedestal that I was in the military. No, I'm just sitting here trying to let you guys have context that's a huge transition. And life is freaking unpredictable. Okay, like I literally took the leap. I took a giant pay cut where I was getting a guaranteed salary from the military, because you don't work hourly, you work salary, to do content, and not just on DeFi. And if you would actually wait until my video launches Monday, you'll see exactly what I plan to do with my channel moving forward. But it's about real estate. I mean, you can even look at my previous videos about real estate. What all my real estate deals are, because I'm heavily invested into real estate. I'm not that invested in a DeFi, dude. My whole net profit, my net portfolio on Zapper is like $25,000-$30,000, and that's like nothing compared to what I'm investing into real estate and to the stock market. Like I invest in these I practice what I preach. I invest in these tried and true assets, and then just play with DeFi. And I document my journey with DeFi. And lately, yeah, a lot of my content's been about DeFi. But actually, if you look at one of my challenges I'm doing, I'm turning net DeFi profits that I take, and I'm putting it into a real estate property. I'm literally showing people and bridging this super volatile and unpredictable asset and putting it into a kind of a predictable, way more sustainable asset, which is real estate. So I'm not doing that. So when you say, or can you just agree that you're shilling content? No, I'm not shilling this content. I'm not shilling these videos or anything of the sort with the goal in mind of having people invest beside me so that way it pumps up my bag. No, I'm just doing this to show what I'm investing in, and what is good and what's bad. Like I mean, I can't, emphasize that enough. Like, I mean, I'm literally a dude with 10,000 subscribers, and it's kind of goofy. And I'm not trying to say this as a personal insult to you, but it's kind of goofy to even say somebody with 10,000 subscribers even has the ability to pump their bag up. I mean, I don't know anything that I could go and talk about that I would literally have the influence enough to pump a price up. That way I could, use my audience as exit liquidity. I don't understand that.
Okay. So, did you lose money in High Point?
So let me see here. Let me talk this out. So I put $500 in when it was launched. When High Point launched, I was in the whitelist. Okay, I got in right at the beginning. $500. That was the max contract. No, whatever 10 AVAX was. I'm saying $500 for even numbers. Whatever 10 AVAX was, that's what I put in as max contribution. Then I would say a week to 2 weeks, and you can even check this, because if you go to one of my buddies, Sheldon Tweedy, he's doing a project called Pirate Nodes. When they launched their public pre-sale, they're also on AVAX, and I was like, okay, cool. I don't want to take money out of my bank account and invest in this, so I'll take literally just enough to get into the pre-sale of Pirate Nodes, and I'll put it in there. So I took literally like $500 worth of my High Point, so that way I could put it into Pirate Nodes, and the rest was literally in High Point. And then I didn't sell until the day High Point failed, which was about $700 worth of AVAX. So
Okay.
I profited probably in total about $400 to $500. So it's laughable, when I hear you even say that about High Point specifically, that I pumped and dumped my audience, because I could have easily sold and turned my $500 into, like, I think it was like at one point on paper it was like $3,000. But even then, bro, like, this isn't life-changing money. What would I have done with what would I have done with $2,500 in profit? You know, like, I mean, that's buy a Lambo. I mean, maybe rent it for a day. I don't know. Like, I don't do this to pump my bags. I hate that term, anyways. But I don't do this to do that. So
Okay. And the and the other projects that went to zero or that rugged that you
yes,
covered, did you lose money in them?
yes, Universe. I literally never took any money out. Okay, because how Universe work? Are you familiar with Universe? I don't want to insult your intelligence.
No, I'm not familiar with Universe at all.
Okay, so Universe was this planet-based NFT, passive income NFT project where you recompound like every X
Oh,
amount of
but I'm
hours.
sorry. Can we just stay on topic because the definition of the project doesn't matter. It went to
Okay,
zero or it rugged.
yep,
Okay,
I
and
didn't
you
lose
lost
any
money
money in
in it.
Universe. I lost money in. I mean, I lost money in Universe. Okay, I lost about $800. I lost, and you can even see my video. I lost about 20,000 or $17,500 in Time Wonderland,
Hmm.
and well, that didn't rug. It just crashed, and
Okay.
that's about it as far as like projects that went to zero, or
Okay.
just
So
went
now this.
went down heavily.
Okay. Now this next question, please be very mindful on how you choose to answer this. In all of your cases of projects that went to zero or that rugged, did you make your videos before or after you bought into the project?
Both.
So there are cases where you bought, then you made the video that you can recall?
No, I'm talking about. Oh, I thought you meant after I lost money and then I made another video. I thought that's what you were asking.
No, I'm saying, do you generally buy into the project before you produce a video?
Well, yeah, I want to see how it performs so I can paint an accurate picture of the project. I'm not just going to, because see, here's the thing. This is a double-edged sword, and you're going to say, "Well, just stick to the topic." No, this needs context because you're going to be like, "Oh, so you are pumping your audience?" No, I'm not. What I'm doing is letting the mechanics perform and see if the APY is true, see if the performance is true, see if this is actually profitable, see if I've made money, so people can kind of see the benefits of said project. Because now we get to a slippery slope where did you create content after it worked? Well, no, I'm not going to create content about after a project goes to zero. What the heck is the point in that? Like, I mean, it's this gray area that you can nitpick all day long. It's great to say hindsight's 2020, but it's you know what I mean. Like it's like I could have created content before I did. Actually, and that contradicts exactly what you're saying as far as did you do that? Because High Point, when I did the video with the AMA with High Point, it didn't even launch yet. So, I mean, I don't understand the basis of the question you're asking.
No, you understand exactly what the base is, which is why you build the argument before I started talking. So you already saw that it was checkmate because there's no
No,
way
because I
out.
see your
No, 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 no,
predictable
no, no.
response.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't get agitated. Just listen. So you already realized that it was checkmate because there is no way that you can sit here and say, I bought generally into projects before putting out a video on said project, and in the same breath say, I don't shill projects. There is no way out of that. But here's the thing. The reason why it's checkmate and the reason you find yourself in this predicament is because you're following the YouTube blueprint. You're not exceptional in that way. In fact, you're the norm. So you're coming into this thinking that this is the methodology of succeeding on YouTube. So far, you're not actually wrong. That is the blueprint, except the blueprint is fucked up. So someone at some point comes around and is calling out the blueprint, right? And now you get caught in the crosshairs. And suddenly, because I have a very specific way that I build my content and distribute my content, Now it gives you an attack vector, which is, oh my God, you're attacking my character. You're saying this and that, which I am. This is embedded into the content. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that my content is not built for entertainment. It is. So you have attack vectors that you can use, and you'll be righteous and saying, you shouldn't be saying this stuff. You don't have the absolute proof. All that is right, Austin. Except here's the thing that's wrong. And the thing that is wrong is heavier than the other parts that I'm doing for entertainment. The part that's wrong is that we are farming viewers. The YouTube community is out here farming viewers. That cannot be the way forward. It got us up to this point. I get it. A lot of the viewers actually want to know what thing to invest in, what thing to get in, I get all the questions that the viewers are asking. But here's the problem. Somewhere along the way, YouTubers started to figure out that they have a massive advantage over the viewers. There's an asymmetry of the information is not asymmetric. We're not getting the information at the same time. That gives the YouTuber a massive, massive advantage. That's what's called the conflict of interest. So when the conflict of interest is undeniable, because you do have conflict of interest, because you're buying before presenting it, right? And a lot of YouTubers are not disclosing that they have the position on. A lot of YouTubers are not saying exactly what they think about the project that they're shilling, because it's called shilling. Let's not pretend it's not. So they're not telling you exactly what they think about what they're shilling because their incentives are too well aligned to make a massive profit once this thing goes up. So they're not going to tell you the truth. And that's why conflicts of interest in traditional markets put people in jail. Because we already know that it's proven human beings are not going to have the best behavior when their interests are aligned for the potential dismay or complete annihilation of someone else's portfolio or their money. So right now in YouTube, we have no regulation whatsoever. So everybody's insider trading. Everybody has massive conflict of interest. And these YouTubers are out here moving hella funny and no one's checking them. So now, yeah, I'm not 100% accurate in all the things that I'm saying. But that's not the point. Not being 100% accurate in what I'm saying is not the point. That's just the comedic value. The point is that it's undeniable that the level of conflict of interest that you have, you yourself personally and other YouTubers, that conflict of interest is systematic, bro. This is not a fluke. It's a system. It's a blueprint. The YouTuber community is following that blueprint into oblivion because we're all gonna lose. That's the bigger picture that we want to sit here and pretend that we shouldn't talk about. The bigger picture is there is no way to win using this blueprint. Because what's going to happen is over a couple of years, everybody's going to realize that there's no one to trust. There's no one we can do this with. If we keep farming all the viewers, they can't go to traditional finance because these dudes are looking at us like we don't even know what we're doing. When they come to us, we just want to farm them. We just want to cannibalize them. So now there's a dilemma. There's no source for credible information that is easy to digest because nobody wants to go and read a 15-page article. That's just a reality of the market. So the YouTubers are quite convenient. But if the only thing they're interested in is to make a quick bag upfront, shill the thing to you, whether or not they want to pretend, oh, I didn't get paid for this. Bro, you don't have to get paid if your interests are aligned. It's that simple. So now your interests are aligned. So now your IQ drops because the moment your interests are aligned with that BS project, Your IQ completely drops. Suddenly, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. 100,000% APR. Oh, no problem. We do that all day. Yeah, it's a degen play. Don't worry about it. Don't invest more than you can do. It's not financial advice. Like, bro, you already know what these people are doing, right? You know the viewers are here for the content to see what they need to do. So if you're talking about some garbage 100%, 1,000, like 100,000% APY project, deep down you must know that's garbage. So it doesn't matter because it's a game of musical chairs. As long as you get in first, you get in early, it's all good, baby. So now I go and make the content. So I show the charts of like 99% of what Obsidian was pushing. You look at these charts, it's fucking comical. It's embarrassing that Jesse would associate himself with this stuff. It's embarrassing that someone would ask you about Jesse and dumping Titano, and immediately your response is, oh, I'm not talking about that. I don't want the drama. Really? So how about the standards? How about the morality? How about the fact that we're out here cannibalizing our viewers? So that's not drama, right? So then when I come around and I do it in a way where it's dramatic, and suddenly I'm all up in everybody's face. It's undeniable, right? Now it's like, oh my God, why is there drama in crypto? I don't want drama, bro. People are losing money, losing real life money, hard-earned money. But that's not dramatic, right? When I make this content, it's dramatic though. Nah, bro. This is happening. It's going down. And you see the stunt that you just tried to pull by going into my Discord? You actually believed, and that's probably because you got hyped, right? You called a couple of friends, you got them in the Discord, you're like, yo, bro, we're gonna go after him. All right, let's get it. Bet, we got you, bro. Like, so any message you put, they're reacting immediately. You think that makes you look good? It doesn't. It makes you look weak, because the reality is this. You already know that what I'm saying is rooted in something that you yourself agree with when you take a step back. And that's the problem. Instead of focusing on all of the things that you and I actually agree on, you let the comedic value of the delivery of my content to be the centerpiece of why you want to come in this Discord, not address the fact that you said you would come to my channel. You agreed to it. I knew that there was a very high likelihood you would not deliver on that. So I said, agree on it right here publicly. Oh no, backtrack, can't do that. And suddenly, oops, I don't want drama, so I'm not gonna go. Then I open a Discord, you show up with a couple of your cheerleaders and you wanna be all over that. You wanna talk all this. Like, bro, come on, man. Come on. You know better than that. Like I can hear it from the way you're speaking. Now that you're actually thinking before speaking, I can see that you know better than that. Actually, you and I, we agree on a bunch of stuff that people think this is like, oh, damn, these two got beef. We don't actually got beef, bro, because we already agree. It's just that you're on the other end of the spectrum and I'm pressing so hard, it feels uncomfortable. But you and I agree on the principle, and you said it. Thank you for saying that. That's mature of you. But look at the bigger picture. Where do we have a responsibility as content creators? We're becoming the leaders of tomorrow. You guys don't realize TV is dying. YouTube is going to replace TV. We're the next CNBC, bro. Give it 10 years. See what happens. Who do you want to be in that world? You really want to be the guy who's aligning his interests with things where you don't actually even believe in them. You just want to do them just because it's whatever. Oh, it's degen, bro. Just do 5%. Oh, just do 1% of your portfolio. You know they're not doing that. Let's stop the nonsense, bro. I'm going to stop right here.
All right, man. So the first thing I wanted to talk about, I respectfully listened to you, okay? I have 3 questions. I just want very, very, very short answers for, okay? First one, you did just say, backtracking what you just said, because I'm trying to remember everything you said. That's why I'm like sitting here thinking. You said whether I want to agree with it or not, that it is a conflict of interest if I invest into a project and then I wait and do a video on it, correct?
Yeah.
So why did you do content on your old YouTube channel about NFTs and telling your audience in the title to say, buy this NFT, buy this, or you need to learn about this? And it's these bogus, and they are. They're. I mean, you can look them up on Solana, and the volume is dramatically decreased. The floor price is $100 on some of them. So why did you go and tell your audience? And you were literally practicing what you preached. So why did you do that? If that's a conflict of interest.
Okay, so that's one question. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I'm going to ask them in order. I want to hear that answer, and then I'm going to follow up with the other two questions.
Okay, so I wrote down that question. I will answer it in a short, concise manner. But address what I just said. Let's not pretend what I just said right now.
Dude, I just respectfully listen to you, bro.
I wrote down your question just so I can answer it. So I'm telling you, I'm going to answer your question in a concise manner. But let's not pretend that I did not drop everything on my last intervention. Like, you can feel that I was talking from the heart. So address that, please. Tell me you and I are in disagreement, which I don't believe we are, about the overarching picture here. There is YouTubers are cannibalizing their viewers, and that is not good for the big picture. So when all this conflict of interest becomes the blueprint, which it is, and again, I'm not blaming you for the blueprint, you're just following it. The blueprint was already in place and it was working, still working right now. So when you become a YouTuber in the crypto space, you follow the blueprint of those who came before you. So now you figured that, okay, I'm just going to do this because it works. Except deep down in your soul, because you're a rational person, you realize that there's something wrong with this. Deep down, you know there's something wrong with it. But it's what's working though. So now you fall into the trap. That trap led you to this conversation right here, which we were having in a public forum. As a result, it's difficult to admit that, it is true that I know a 100,000% APY is not something I personally believe in. How do I know you don't believe in that? Because of what you do with the other sides of your portfolio, as you just described it. If you truly believed 100,000% APY was a real thing, you would never give real estate the light of day, ever. Because if you were to believe 100,000% APY is possible, why would you accept 2%, 3% over a year? So you don't believe that. I know you don't believe that. But then the question becomes this.
Answer my question, dude, because you're just going to keep sitting here deflect. Like I'm not going to keep remembering everything you said, because I respectfully listened to you, okay? And I asked, and I even preluded with, hey, I'm going to ask these 3 questions, just knock them out, and then we'll get back to your speech on why I don't blah 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 blah. So what is the first answer to the first question?
So it's easy. So I had no conflict of interest when I talked about these NFTs. 0. Done. That's it.
Concise, so you didn't invest in AMC, GameStop, all the NFTs. You didn't say that you need to go buy this C01 NFT because it's on fire right now. You didn't say none of that.
So listen to the words I'm saying. Okay? I'm going to speak slowly. I had no conflict of interest when I made these videos. Done. Concise, straight to the point, done.
So you weren't invested in those projects?
Nope. Now, the follow-up question, I'll make this easy for you. I'll ask your follow-up question. So, next question. If you're not invested in these projects, why are you talking about these projects like stuff?
That wasn't my follow-up question. So now let me get to my second question, because that was not at all. So my second question, do you monetize your YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay, so when you bring up the point of how all of us evil YouTubers are farming our viewers and blah, 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 blah. So are you not in your own world and what you are doing in your category, your niche of what your content you're creating? Are you not farming your viewers by putting all these clickbaity titles and thumbnails and all this stuff when you're giving me, because I know you're wrong about me. I don't know if you're wrong about Jesse. I don't know if you're wrong about Yada Crypto and that other dude and all these other guys that you've called out. I don't know if you're wrong about them. I can't speak on them, but I know you're wrong about me. So why are you farming your viewers using my face on your thumbnail, calling me a clown, making fun of my haircut, like stuff that's not even about the project? You're just throwing out insults. Why are you farming your viewers by using all this of false accusations?
Okay, so now you have to define farming viewers, because there's a definition problem. You're using the same terminology that I'm using, but under a seemingly different definition. So what is your definition of farming one's viewer?
Exactly, right there. You have to ask me, what is my definition of farming the viewer? Just like how 90% of the accusations that you provide, as far as you can't believe in titanium, you can't believe in that, is because it is subjective. This stuff is subjective that you're doing, and you're trying to create this subjective thing that people have their own definitions of, because everybody listening right now has their own definition of what farming their viewer could mean. So when you create clickbaity titles with my face in it, with Jesse's face in it, that has way more influence than me, and you create false accusations, that is, in my definition, farming a viewer, because you want people to come to your channel, pay you ad revenue through the monetization features you have on your YouTube channel, and you're sitting here creating false accusations, stuff that is false. I don't farm my YouTube subscribers, because I show my portfolio. So if you want to think that I'm, riding on Jesse's whatever, I will say this about Jesse. He doesn't show his portfolio when he does videos talking about X, Y, Z. He'll just put a little, letter or a lower third of how much money he made. I literally pull up my projects and I'll say, hey, here's how much money I made. Here, I'm investing in this project. People know I'm invested, and people know exactly what my standings are. And anytime I'm live on live stream, and they're like, hey, have you invested in Piggy Bank? Have you invested in Drip Network? Yeah, here it is. And speaking of Drip Network, I don't even have a referral team. Okay, I've never even built up a drip team, because every YouTuber and their mom has a drip team. I don't even have one of those. So it's like you create all this stuff about, am I farming these my viewers? But you are, in my opinion, farming your viewers, because you are accusing me using literally the definition. And you live in Canada, by the way, so you are literally fitting the defamation against me legally with false accusations that you cannot back up, and I can, and I would love to. So
okay. So your definition of farming viewers is just taking us on a tangent, but I'll address it, no problem. So here's the thing about clickbait on YouTube. A title and a thumbnail is literally a trailer. So if you look at a trailer is obviously not the movie. So when I put your face and Jesse with clown faces on, that's a catchy trailer. As a YouTuber, it is my responsibility to make trailers, so to make thumbnails that are catchy to the viewer's eye, to create intrigue. That is literally my responsibility. That's why I'm a YouTuber. My mission as a YouTuber is to gain views from production of YouTube videos. The mission here is very clear about what it means to be a YouTuber. So for you to say that if I produce YouTube content, which I monetize, which by the way is part of the business model for being a YouTuber, is farming my viewers, that's literally saying that the platform should not exist.
Nope. And I'm going to interrupt you, because you're putting words into my mouth. No, what I'm saying is, if you just want a sentence, because when I talk too long, it seems like you get stuff mixed up. No, what I'm saying is, farming viewers, I don't care if you're making money monetization, farming viewers is using false accusations in the content of your video, not the thumbnail. You're sitting here giving me a science lesson like you're Mr. Beast. No, I'm saying farming is literally giving me false accusations of who I am and my defamation of character. And you're telling people to come here because people are genuinely in the DeFi space. They kind of know who I am, or a small amount. Okay, so they'll come and click on it, and that's farming a viewer because you're promising, and you said it yourself, it's a trailer. Okay, and you're like, oh my God, yeah, I caught Austin up. Here he is. He's scamming his YouTube subscribers, and everything you say is either an insult or just garbage false. So that is a farm. So let's get the definition of what you are saying I'm saying correct before you even sit here and just, say I'm just the complete wrong definition of what I think farming is.
Okay, so fair enough. So in your definition, me farming my viewers is me making a false statement about you. So if I say anything that is inaccurate in my video, in your opinion, that's me farming my viewers. I think that is preposterous, but okay, that's your opinion. No problem. So here's the deal.
With your agenda.
Okay, now, so here's the deal. We have to go back to the level. So let's say I accept your opinion for what it is. All right. So in your opinion, I'm farming my viewers because I'm issuing quote unquote false statements about you. And again,
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So now here's the thing. I'm saying that's not what farming your viewers are. But if we don't agree on the use of the terminology farming your viewers, so let's just not use it. We don't have to use that term. We can use something else. Let's talk about conflict of interest, which was your initial point on the question you asked me. My reaction to your conflict of interest is what I laid out in my previous, when I was speaking, and then you did not address what I said, you came back with questions. You asked me, did I have conflicts of interest in my previous channel? Answer, no. So therefore, that point is moot. But you have conflict of interest, right? So do you agree that your case is a case of conflict of interest? Yes or no?
Of me creating content of projects I'm invested in?
You know what the question is. Yes or no, bro?
No, I don't want you to put words in my mouth, so I'm reiterating the question to you.
Are you gonna, okay, so do you want me to repeat the question?
Yep.
Okay, so my question is, in your specific case about buying cryptos, before you mention it to your viewers, do you believe that yes or no, that is a clear-cut case of conflict of interest? Yes or no?
Nope. Because in that case,
This is incredible. You're
you're
literally
being general with
bro.
everything. You're being general with everything. That's like saying,
no, I'm not being general. Now I'm the one who's gonna cut you. I'm the one who's gonna cut you. When you cut me, I let you cut me. So now I'm cutting you. So you're gonna let me do that. This is literally like you're literally not even on planet Earth right now, Austin. To sit
I think
here
it's subjective
and literally say that you can buy a crypto. First, you buy the crypto early stage, turn around, talk about it to your viewers, say some BS disclaimer like not financial advice, and then naturally expect the same way you expect these people to get into it after you say not financial advice is the same reason why these devs want to come and do an AMA with you, is because they know after you say not financial advice, people are still going to jump in. That's the whole business model. It's the blueprint. Let's not sit here and act like we don't know what the YouTube blueprint is when it comes to cryptocurrencies. All right. So for you to sit here and say you bought into all of these projects that went to zero before you put out content on YouTube about them and say this is not a conflict of interest is literally comical. Why would you even take that stance? That you cannot defend that.
Proof, bro. I have proof. I have nothing to hide, man. That's why I can say that. And that's why you are literally providing false accusations, and it's hilarious.
No, wait, proof of what? Proof of what? Like, if you buy into the crypto before making the video, which is, you said this right here. I asked you the question. Do you make videos after the fact. You said yes. Okay.
Yep.
So if you get into the crypto before making a video, that's literally the definition of a conflict of interest. But then you turn around and say, "Oh, I never have conflict of interest." Like what? What do you mean?
Because I tell people even in my videos, it is subjective. I will never be 100% objective because I do have my own money invested into it. But it's not like I'm sitting here insider trading, being like, "Hey, Forex Shark," because he's the person that made Drip. "Hey, Forex Shark, do you got any updates that you think is going to be super bullish that I can do a video on and pump my viewers up and all?" No, I don't like that. That's crazy. That's
I'm
crazy.
not
But I
saying
do,
insider
and I am
trading.
honest with my viewers, and I say yes. Will always be a part of me that is subjective when I create content. So I'm glad you're saying this because I do. I admit it, and I even tell people I will not. I'm not. I'm going to keep saying this. Go and watch the first Titan talk on the Titano Finance YouTube channel. Okay, I literally say on their YouTube channel with David, bro. I say, do not invest in any of this stuff until you have a solid financial foundation. Like I'm not sitting here trying to act like some moon boy or some naive person or that I'm putting my whole portfolio in these projects because DeFi in general, Titano, Sphere, Drip, whatever you want to talk about, Titano in general is still a gamble. It's not been around for 10, 15, 20,000 years. It hasn't been around for a long time. So it is still a gamble. So to reiterate your last point, when you're like, well, if you knew that 100,000% APY was, as sustainable as you thought, you wouldn't even be investing in real estate. I think these projects are good, or else I wouldn't put a single dollar into them. But they're still a part of DeFi, and I understand that. That's why I still tell people these are risk capital gamble plays, cut, dry, and center. Okay, and I will always be subjective because I am invested into these stocks. Because I will never create a video of a project that I'm not personally invested into because that'd be dumb. Why would I do that? Why would I show? Because I literally tell you the whole purpose of my YouTube channel is to show my journey of what I'm going to do in both DeFi, crypto, real estate, stocks, whatever, to document how I make passive income instead of work for it. So it would be literally retarded for me to have a video out here, okay, of a project that I'm not even invested into. So that just doesn't even fit with the theme of my channel. So it's yes, it will be. It is subjective. It's goofy to even try to argue this point. It is subjective. I've said it. Go back in any of my videos before this AMA. It is subjective.
So it's subjective, but it's not a conflict of interest, right? So that's the whole point you're making.
So my definition of conflict of interest is insider trading, where I know exactly what I see MDB in here. I know exactly what MDB's doing, and I'm going to tell people I'm investing in it and whatever. Subjectivity is me investing into an asset that I talk about on my channel because obviously I don't want to talk down about something I'm invested in, right? That's no one would do that, right? Now, obviously, I will be real with people. I tell people all the time I'm invested in Titano, and I tell people all the time. I even told David this. We say this all the time. Even David says this. Titano will not last unless there's multiple use cases, okay, around the project to create for sustainability and long-term success. I say that. I tell people that. I'm real about that. I'm not going to say, yeah, 100,000% APY, man. That's going to work out for forever. But it's just we're going to keep talking in circles here when you're accusing me of I have conflict of interest. No, I don't. I don't own my own KYC company. I don't have the inside knowledge of these people.
Oh, okay. So that means you would agree that Jesse has evident conflict of interest?
Yes, I said that before. I said that publicly in his Discord. I said that in your Discord. Yes.
And he's insider trading.
I don't know about that. I don't I'm not going to sit here because
why did you use this example then?
Because see, Oliver, I don't create false accusations of people and things I don't know about. Will I agree that the whole theme of having a KYC company and also a personal YouTube channel that talks about said projects that they also KYC within that company? Yes, that looks like conflict of interest to me, and I will agree to that. That is a huge. I've said that to everybody in the Obsidian Council. I've said that everywhere. I will say anything to you that I will also say to Jesse. But do I know specifically that Jesse is insider trading? No, I don't know his addresses. I don't know who he is as a person. I've talked to him a handful of times. I don't everybody.
Great. So that means, you know what you just did for me? You just allowed me to agree with you that there is a massive difference between conflict of interest and insider trading. It's not the same thing. Previously, in the point you were making, you were trying to make them the same thing. Conflict of interest and insider trading are not the same thing, and you just proved it. So I don't even need to
Yes,
talk about
they
that
are.
anymore.
What are you talking about?
Wow. So you
I
just
said I
agreed.
don't
You
know
just
if
agreed.
Jesse.
Hold on,
You're
hold
sitting
on.
here
You
trying
just
to do.
agreed that Jesse has conflict of interest, but he's not doing insider trading.
Because I don't
There's
know,
the
and I'm not going to
chance.
create false accusations because my name is not Oliver
Exactly.
freaking
So,
Triquet or
so,
however you say your last name.
so if you know that you can say someone has conflict of interest, but you cannot say that they're doing insider trading, that means there's a difference, Austin.
No,
Do you
that
get
means
it?
I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm not going to say
No, you
something I don't
already
know what I'm
made the
talking about.
previous statement. The previous statement is you say that there is a conflict of interest on Jesse's end, right? But you say you don't know whether or not Jesse is doing insider trading. That
Let me
means
hit you
there's a
with an
difference.
analogy here because this fits perfect. Okay, so say you step in a room, right? And something smells terrible. All right, almost as terrible as your false accusation. So you go in a room and it's like, bro, something smells bad. Okay, you can go in that room and look at everybody in there and generally say, wow, something stinks. But I can't single-handedly point out somebody in that room and say, yeah, you didn't shower today, you didn't clean yourself. But okay, that's the same thing with this conflict of interest thing that you're trying to cling on to discredit me. Yes, it does objectively look like it has a conflict of interest with owning a KYC company and a personal YouTube channel and creating content around projects that they KYC. No, I don't know for certain, and I'm not going to create a claim because you do, just because you do, and you like to create claims out your butthole. I'm not going to do that because I don't know specifically if Jesse's insider trading. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no because I don't know. But what I do know is my opinion that it does look like a conflict of interest. But do I think conflict of interest also includes with insider trading? Yes. But I'm not going to create the claim that he is insider trading. Okay, you can still know the two without you sitting here trying to go around in circles and just try to discredit me because I'm not going to let you do that because that's just like my analogy. You can step in a room and say, wow, something smells bad, but you can't single-handedly point out somebody and say, yeah, you didn't shower.
Did you know that the Obsidian Council receives payments and tokens?
Not until your video, actually.
Okay, I'm glad I educated you. But now that you know that they receive payment in tokens, don't you think it's obvious that there's insider trading?
I will agree. Okay. All right. We'll find some common ground here.
You suddenly agree. You watched the video.
Hold on.
You didn't see
No,
any.
hold on.
No.
You didn't let me finish.
Listen, bro. Chill.
This is what you do with my live stream. You take snippets that fit your agenda, but you don't play the full thing because you actually took out a snippet of me talking about I love the support of my girlfriend, and you're like, oh my god, this is talking about OnChain.
Bro,
no,
you're
it's
getting
not. It's talking about
agitated
anything
again.
else.
Why are you talking?
No,
Who cares?
because I'm trying to sit in the audience that you take.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious.
Agenda.
You just
so
admitted
no,
that
I
Jesse
don't
is
know
insider
that
trading.
Jesse is
That's
insider
crazy.
trading. But does it give off my opinion that there is a conflict of interest there? Yes, but
Bro,
am I going to accuse
you
Jesse?
literally just said that if he's taking payments in tokens, that's insider trading. Why are you backtracking? Is it insider trading or not? The dude is getting payments in tokens, bro. Prior to lunch. Like, what are we talking about? This is a KYC company. Dude has a YouTube channel getting payment to the tune of 4K minimum for each person. By the way, these people don't even have to be devs. Getting payments in tokens, making himself a whale, and you want to sit here and tell me you don't know the difference between insider trading and conflict of interest? Bro, are we good, bro? Really? That's the stand, that's the stand you want to take. You don't know the difference.
Falsely accuse someone like you, Oliver. I don't know what you want me to do, bro. I'm going to tell you my opinion that it looks very shady.
You just
I'm going to agree with
you. Did you
I'm
make
sitting
a
here
mistake?
trying to agree with you that it does look shady.
Okay.
But I am not you. Okay, I'm not you. I don't falsely accuse without proof.
Austin, did you make a mistake in saying it was insider trading when I said the fact? did you make a mistake? You can retract.
Say
If
that
you
again.
made a mistake,
You're
I'll
breaking
get
up.
it. I said, did you make a mistake? If you want to retract, I'll allow it. No problem. Do you want to retract the fact that you said if he's receiving payments in tokens, that's insider trading? Do you want to retract that? Do you believe you made a mistake when you said that?
No, because I'm not going to accuse of somebody that I don't know anything about. I'm not you, and you're not going to get
retracting, or are you saying it is
hilarious.
insider trading? Which one are you doing?
This conversation towards Jesse, which is the one guy that made you blow up in the first place, when this whole conversation
Bro, you crazy. You crazy for even saying that. You crazy for saying that. That's crazy. Anyway, but let's go back. Let's stay on topic. Are you retracting, or are you agreeing with your initial reaction when I said the fact? Is it insider trading because he's receiving payments in tokens? Yes or no?
Has he sold said tokens? Yes or no, Oliver? Do you have proof? Yes or no, Oliver? I'm not going to give you an answer that you want, okay, bro? So, did he sell said tokens? Answer me that.
We don't know.
Oh, holy shit, because what's insider trading, Oliver? You have to do a buy and a sell. You can't just buy, because that's not trading. What's trading?
Okay. So now here's the thing. You happy about that, right? You
exactly.
happy? Like
the people that you're the people that you think are your own fans are saying move on from this. So let's move on to actually talk about what we came here to talk about, which was me. So what are your other questions that I'm scamming my audience? What are your other, because I already discredited what the heck you just said. Everybody's literally agreeing. Mm-hmm. So what else, how else am I scamming my audience that you have accused me of? So, because we've already answered the whole Titano situation, and am I getting paid to do videos about them? What else can you possibly get in your butt and insult me with? You want to talk about my hair some more?
Why are you talking about my butt, Austin? That's
why are you
the
talking
second
about my
time
hair?
now. Okay. So listen, bro.
You like calling me your son? Listen. I mean, that's a little weird too. But we can move on to insults. Let's actually get the people what they want. What else do you want to know?
Okay. So listen. So about the fact that you're retracting the insider trading thingy because we don't have a sell.
Because this subject was about me. Okay, it wasn't about Jesse. It wasn't about Obsidian Council. I'm not a part of Obsidian Council. I told you this at the beginning. So what about me? Okay, because you still didn't even really talk about your previous YouTube channel that's now taken down from YouTube. Okay, that you did literally talk about GameStop and AMC.
Like, come on, Austin. Come on. Are you seriously gonna sit here and say it was taken down? Bro, I shut it down. What do you mean it was taken down? Taken down for what?
I said that for a reason. I said that for a reason because you are sitting here now saying I'm lying. But I can sit here and make a cool little flashy video because, I'm good with Adobe Premiere too. I don't know what you use to edit your videos, but I'm good with editing. I can go and say, yeah, look at this. Look at all this, information I have. I bet he got taken down from YouTube because he bought.
Then do it.
See, that's the thing.
Who cares?
Who cares? You said no, and I'm saying yes. Right? That's all you're doing. I don't have proof that YouTube took you down. I just said that so that way you could literally prove my point.
Are you serious? Like, you think I'm gonna cry about it if you say YouTube took me down? Like, I don't care, bro. Like, it doesn't matter to me. So let's stay on topic.
Somebody in the audience said Oliver's really trying to find some excuse to pin on Austin. Yes. What are you trying to pin on me, Oliver? Like, what are you trying to paint me out to be a scammer? Like, what's your proof? I'm not talking about Jesse no more, okay? Because we've already proved that, yes, I do have disagreements with Jesse. I'm not a part of Obsidian Council. Literally, actually, someone today told me that he had a Patreon. I didn't even know I had a freaking Patreon, okay? I'm not a part of the Patreon. I'm not part of anything. I've never gotten paid from Obsidian. So let's move on because this is literally just going to keep running in circles. What else do you think of me as far as scamming my audience? How do I scam my audience? I'd love to learn more about me.
Okay, let's talk about you. So the thing that will the thing that you cannot get. Excuse me?
I said let's clear the air, dude.
Okay. So the thing that you cannot get away from, unfortunately, and I get it, you feel like you don't want to come into the, like, because this is conflictual. This is a conflictual, like, debate. You cannot just jump over to my side. I get it, and I don't expect you to because it really doesn't
I
matter.
don't want to be on your side because I just proved I don't want to create false claims. I don't want you're sitting here trying to bait me so you can go on your YouTube channel and be like, yeah, even Austin agreed with me that that Jesse's insider trading. Like, no, I'm not trying to fall into your little bait and switch and all this and that. No,
That's good
I'm not
stuff.
trying
That's
to
good
feed
for you.
into you. I don't want to be on your side. I came into your Discord just to defend me because I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm not sitting here trying to scam my audience. So I ask, what am I doing to scam my audience?
So the thing that is very difficult to get away from is the fact that you do have a conflict of interest. Okay, so you can go look it up. You can go look up the definition of conflict of interest.
Go look up the definition of defamation, bro.
Okay, so you have a conflict of interest, and that's undeniable. So therefore,
defamation, that's undeniable.
Okay, so therefore, the biggest point that I'm bringing to the light, which you cannot run away from, is the fact that you are in a position where you have a conflict of interest and it's being leveraged to the detriment of your viewers. Now, you may want to admit it, maybe you don't, but it really doesn't matter because anyone who was participating in this little debate that we had going on, very entertaining. I'm happy for the fact that you actually joined it. I didn't think you were going to join, but you did. So now we got both sides, all right? So we got you to justify all of the things you wanted to justify, to quote unquote clear your name. So, and we got me that gave you like literally the big picture. I tried to make you sensitive to the fact that there is a problem in DeFi. And unfortunately, Austin, you're part of the problem. Now, you're not the worst of them, not by a long shot at all. You're not the worst of them, but you are part of the problem. Why? Because you're following the YouTuber blueprint in crypto. And if there's anything people should retain in terms of real value, because we can do the little tit for tat back and forth all day, no problem. That's just fun. That's the entertainment portion. But the real conversation, the big picture that is going on here is that us YouTubers, we have to elevate the standard. That's the only way.
I'll agree with that.
Okay. And I know you agree. Like I told you, like I know you and I cannot disagree on this because I see the way your head works. There's a portion of you that is rational, except you got baited into the emotional response because of the comedic value of my delivery. And yes, I skirt onto making statements that I cannot back factually, but I do that
exactly,
on purpose.
bro, and that's what I'm trying to get to you, is that it's not comedic. Listen to my words.
It's
defamation. It's literally illegal.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words. I do that on purpose because this is the comedic value and the shock value that is associated with the delivery of my message. The bigger message here is undeniable, right? The other stuff makes you and I have a conversation. If I have delivered my content super factually correct, I would have to chase you down on the blockchain to try to get undeniable proof, We would not be talking right now because that would be literally impossible. But guess what? We're talking right now because I skirt that line. Let me finish. Let's just, one at a time. So I skirt that line. I go over the line even on these things. And now we get to have this conversation where anyone who has a logical mind who's listening to this, they know. And you just agreed because you have a logical mind too. We have to elevate the standard. The level of conflict of interest that we are allowing ourselves to communicate, to exist in the YouTube crypto space is crazy. We are literally hurting the space. You know, the devs, they get to be anonymous, right? But the reason why they're able to exist so openly in this anonymous nonsense that they have going on is because of us. We allow them to get all the marketing that they need, and they turn around and make millions of dollars fleecing our viewers. We are doing that, Austin. I know you can't get behind that, bro. Deep down, I know you can't get behind that. Even Jesse cannot get behind that before he flipped to the dark side and made all the fucking money. Like, deep down, I know. Because you guys are good guys. You guys are not actual bad guys. I know what bad guys look like. It's not you. So you guys are like you're just falling over into this YouTube blueprint that is just killing the space. If this were allowed to go unchecked, 10 years from now, there's no more crypto, bro. Because all the devs will be in Eastern Europe with all your viewers' money. Your viewers will no longer come to you or Jesse or me or anyone for that matter. And now suddenly DeFi is dead. Because how do you think DeFi is going to live if you don't have YouTube as the marketing vector for the masses? There's no DeFi, bro, without YouTube.
How did Bitcoin actually get developed? Was it with the marketing of YouTube? Was Ethereum the marketing of YouTube? No.
You know
and
what?
See, here's the thing, dude. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want you to understand.
You think DeFi can live without YouTube because Ethereum and Bitcoin were the genesis.
That was the genesis. That was the genesis. Okay. And what I'm trying to get to you at is you're sitting here saying that these evil YouTubers, bro, I lost money too. I tell people all the time how much money I lose. Okay. Like you're sitting here saying my viewers' money with my money too. Okay, Danielle says stuff,
but your viewers don't have YouTube channels. They don't have YouTube channels. So even though you lose money, right? You lost money.
You have to have a YouTube channel.
You know what, Austin? Let's not even talk about you anymore. It's not even about you, bro. You're a saint. You're good. You're good. You're clear. You're done. You're good. Let's talk about all the other YouTubers, all right? Because if it's personal, I get it. It becomes weird. It's not about you anymore, all right? You made your point. I went over the line on saying things for my content that I know that I'm saying that I cannot back factually. So you good, bro. You got it done. All right. So now here's the other thing, the bigger picture. Okay. So I'm not even going to address you in the bigger picture anymore. Here's what I want the public, everyone that's listening to us right now, here's what I want them to retain. You were a pretext for me to talk about the bigger picture. Okay. You actually don't matter in the grand scheme of things. I'm not saying this as an insult. I'm saying this as you and I, we're just two YouTubers. The difference between you and I is that my message is more powerful than yours. Why? Because I'm more rare than you are. You're following the typical blueprint of a crypto YouTuber. I'm going against the grain. Right, so I'm the outlier.
Because everything that's rare doesn't mean it's always
Listen, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. You can talk after. I'll let you talk. I don't have that problem. I'll let you talk, but just let me finish. So right now, I'm the outlier. What does that mean? That means I don't even put an email on my YouTube channel. I don't want anybody to come to me with any offer of any kind. I don't even care. I don't need that. So I'm saying, listen. We have to focus on the bigger picture here because DeFi is not going to make it. If us YouTubers don't raise the bar, if we don't make it at least a little bit harder for all these anonymous devs to come in and propose a 100,000% APY, which we know is ridiculous, but we market them, we allow them to have access to a platform. If we don't stop this nonsense, there will be no platform. There will be no DeFi. It's all done. We can all just buy Bitcoin and that's it. Because we know Bitcoin and Ethereum, they're most likely not going anywhere, especially Bitcoin. So if that's what you guys want, then sure, keep going down that path. If that, not you guys, because I'm not talking about you anymore. If these other YouTubers, if what they want is to make a quick bag in DeFi and let the whole ecosystem implode as all these anonymous devs run away with everyone's money, then sure, there will be no DeFi and everybody can just go to their favorite bank and just buy Bitcoin. That's it. And it's done. In a couple of years, there's an ETF. It's over, bro. We don't need all that. But what I'm saying is there's another alternative. Let's stop giving the platform to these scammers because we're like, when YouTubers come out here and pretend that these 900,000% APY projects are real and pretend that, it's just a degen play. No, you're giving them the platform. Without the platform, they don't exist. So let's take away the platform. Let's raise the standard. Let's raise the bar. And let's just focus on projects that actually mean something, that are trying to solve something. And yeah, of course, businesses fail all the time. But you know what businesses that are that they're not even failing. They're just 100,000% APY. That's just garbage. It's not even a business model. So let's just not do that. But you don't have to agree with me. I just wanted to use this opportunity.
I agree with your last point that we do need to raise the standard. And with raising the standard, this is where it really frustrates me with you, is because I do agree with your message. I do agree with your mission that, especially with what I talked about, universe money, they just run literally like last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever. And I hate that. I hate seeing people, especially content that I personally made, I put my name on. I hate seeing my audience talk about how they lost money. I freaking hate that. And I wish that, and I don't have a solution. I wish there was a way we could, find some way of putting them on blast and stuff like that. But I'm not a detective. I don't know. But I do agree. We do need to raise the standard. And with raising the standard, this is where you and I disagree, and where the conflict of interest between us up here is you create content with false accusations. And that puts a bad name on looking up and doing detective work and all this stuff of these said projects, is because you created content about me where I'm literally the most transparent I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal by any means, but I try my best because I seen transparency was a big problem in the DeFi space and just genuine content. And I try to solve that problem as best as I can and as safe as I can, because I still care about my family and my personal well-being. I'm not going to, because you made fun of me saying I'm not going to share my seed phrase. Obviously, I made that as a joke, but I'm not going to share like pertinent information. But I think there should be a standard to be raised. And with that, I think you need to take your own advice and actually do your own research and actually find these YouTubers out there that are doing evil to their viewers and using their viewers as extra liquidity, and not target people like me that are trying to be as transparent and honest as possible, not just with DeFi, but investing in general, and give me false accusations that fit the description of defamation. So
Okay,
I ask you, just follow your own advice.
I'll make you a deal right now. So I'll stop making content about you if you agree to stop pushing absolutely ridiculous projects with crazy APYs that are not even from this planet. Because these projects are never gonna go anywhere. They're not even projects. They're literal scams, like literal scams, because there's no way for this thing to go from like I say now, it's a catchphrase, to go from these cockroaches to butterflies. It's never gonna happen. You know it, I know it. Now, so we have a conflict of interest between us. Got it. I get it. Yeah. Done. Let's just make a deal right now. No more dumb, crazy projects, and then no more false accusations.
So you're really passionate about DeFi, right? And the decentralization part of that, correct?
Yes.
So why are you trying to come on my YouTube channel and create a centralization aspect around it? No, I'm not going to ask you for permission of every project I invest in. Because I'm not going to ask you for permission of every project I invest in and look over my shoulder at every single video you post on. Oh man, I hope this video just fit the OnChain
centralization there. What's the centralization there?
You agreeing to put this shield over me of you won't create content about me, but you have to agree to not do projects that check the on-chain criteria, which I don't even know what the heck that is.
No,
but
it's not the on-chain criteria, bro. Let's come on.
How do you determine what project is legit and what's not, dude?
Agree on. Okay, let's talk about the stuff we agree on.
I can't agree on something I don't know what your criteria is. So what is a legit project?
Okay. So let me be clear. Do we agree that there are some projects out there that are completely preposterous in what they're marketing themselves as?
Yes, and I try not to do content around it.
Okay, so some of these projects include those 100,000% APY craziness that is going on right now. Would you agree that that's actually ridiculous?
No, because that APY, and here's the disconnect between you and a lot of people that say that, is that APY is in terms of the native token, not fiat currency. I will agree with you that yes, 100,000% or 90,000%, 50,000%. All these astronomical APY are 100% unsustainable in USD, Canadian, whatever native currency you want to use as far as fiat. But the native token, yes, you can do it. Will it be inflationary and really be hard to sustain for the project? Yes. That's why I tell people use cases and utility is paramount for these projects to survive. So if you just want to ask a broad question of will these projects with 100,000% APY, is that preposterous? If they have no utility, if they have no roadmap to the ecosystem, then yes, they can't sustain themselves. But this is also like angel investing. This is like being on Shark Tank. That's why I think DeFi is being so cool, is you get to look at all these crazy ideas in the DeFi world, and you get to put a little risk capital in it, just like how the Shark Tank people do, and take a gamble on it, because DeFi is gambling. So just like how when you watch an episode of Shark Tank and you're like, bro, this invention is literally crazy, to them they might see merit, and you'd be like, bro, why did Mark put money with them? Why did he invest in them? Because they got that risk capital to do it with. These sound crazy, just like that APY sounds crazy to you. But for me, it's angel investing, because this is money I can afford to lose. But just because I do that, I tell people that. So is Shark Tank like a bad show to watch for people? No, they lose money too. But it's
okay.
Angel
I understand what you're saying. So I realize that there's something I took for granted that I shouldn't have. So the very idea that you're trying to explain to me that 100,000% APY would be absolutely crazy in fiat currency, but it's okay because it's in the form of a token, shows me that you don't actually understand the math behind why these things are scams. So I'm gonna explain very quickly. I'm gonna explain to you why it's a scam when someone makes that statement. The reason why it's a scam, and for everybody listening, please pay close attention to what I'm about to say. The reason why it's a scam when anyone comes to you and says, I have a token that will inflate to the tune of 100,000% or more, is a guaranteed scam, is because the inflation itself is happening against something that has real value. Ethereum.
I'm not trying to interrupt you as far as like the debate. No, I'm not trying to interrupt you in the debate. There's people in your chat saying they want to come in, but there's like a limit or something. I'm just saying that for the people that want to listen.
Okay.
I don't know if you can use your mod powers to increase that or what. I just want to let you know.
Oh, that's why so many people are rotating in and out. Well, this shouldn't. Oh, the private category setting. No, everybody should be able to come in. I don't see.
Well, this was like the fifth one. That's why I interrupt you, because it consistently was being messaged.
If everyone don't have permission to connect to this channel or so. Okay.
It says someone said, looks like there's a 20-person limit. There's a 20 limit. Another person said it.
What the fuck? Well, I'm new to Discord, so I have no idea what that limit is about. So
someone said it's being recorded.
If someone in the chat could say where a limit could be affected, then sure, but I have no idea where I could affect, like change the limit if there's a place for limits or something. Maybe it's because of the Discord level, the server level, maybe it doesn't allow more. I have no clue, guys. But anyway, I'm just going to go and cover this point because this is one of the most important things that I completely took for granted, but I realized that it cannot be taken for granted. All right, so I'm going to restart my point of what I was saying. So the reason why it's a guaranteed scam when someone comes to you and says they can offer you a 100,000% APY on a token, is because the token does not exist in a vacuum. Okay? For the token to have value, it needs to trade against something that actually has value, because the token has no value. All right?
Right.
So that thing that has value is BUSD, BNB, Ethereum, or whatever. So when that person starts inflating the token to the tune of 100,000% APY, what's in effect happening is that they're eroding the intrinsic value of whatever they have against that token, BUSD or whatever, right? So what's happening is that imagine you had a paper dollar that you're just setting on fire. The inflation of the token is setting the value that is stuck inside of Ether, Phantom, BUSD. It's setting that value on fire. This is why it's a scam, because the only way the project would even come close to make sure that this value lock doesn't get set on fire, they would have to develop the project at a pace. They would have to attract new users at a pace that is equivalent to 100,000% increase in value in the project. That's never gonna happen. No one is ever gonna come here in DeFi and have a project that is so powerful, the next thing since sliced bread, fucking jet fuel. Like it's something that
Dude,
everybody
I totally agree with
wants
you on
so
that.
bad. Hold on. Something that everybody wants so bad that they're all gonna pile into it. I'm talking the billions of people on the planet are gonna pile into it so that we can even pretend to sustain 100,000% APY that's not going to be an inflation that's just going to eat away at the BUSD that's on the other side of that trade. So, in effect, what that person is doing when they made that promise to you is they're saying, give me your money, give me your real value in the form of other cryptos that have intrinsic value, give them to me, let me set them on fire. But as I'm doing that though, I'm going to build a reserve for myself that I can also trade against whatever value that's in there, so I can extract that value for myself while you wait as your tokens are accumulating in your wallet and destroying the value that you put into the system. But myself, the dev creator, because I know there's no real value in my token, I'm going to quickly trade it against the thing that has value before the whole thing is set on fire. So it's literally a honey trap. It's a big promise that can never be delivered on, which is why even these projects that are remotely have a little bit of conscience, the first thing that they do is say, we have to change the APY right now, because they know this thing is gonna inflate itself out of existence. And the YouTubers, this is where I'm shifting the blame now. I'm saying the YouTubers, they know that. They should know that. And if they're not even, you know what? Forget it. I was going to say, if they're not even smart enough to know that, it's an even bigger problem. But let's not even go there. They should know that this is a guaranteed garbage strategy. No one is going to really make it. The only few people that will make money will only serve as bait for all the people that are going to lose money. The people that are going to lose money are so overwhelmingly bigger in numbers than those who are going to make money. That's why it's qualified as a scam. That's the overarching conversation that I used you, Austin. And I'm saying it straight to your face, Loa, not your face because you didn't want to come on the channel, but I'm telling it straight to you. I'm using this inflammatory content that I made around you and Jesse as a pretext to have the bigger conversation, because I understand in what world I'm living. I understand how attention works. And obviously, 1 month into my YouTube career, I already have into this channel's career, not my YouTube career, because like you accurately pointed out, I had a previous channel, so I know how to do this. But anyway, 1 month and a few days into this channel's existence, it's already at above 3,500 subscribers. It's because I understand how content works. I understand how attention works. So yes, you are a casualty to some extent because I'm saying statements that are hurting your feelings and hurting your character. I get it. But bro, I can't ask you to agree with me on the bigger picture because you're a casualty of that stuff. But on behind closed doors, when you're not talking to me in public, just know this. The mission that I'm on right now, I'm going to make sure that I start a new era in the DeFi space. I'm going to build a business model for YouTubers that wanted to know if yes or no, it would be a win, if it would be feasible to go against all these scammers. I'm going to become the proof that you can go against these scammers and still be a successful YouTuber. Now, you are part of that story in the early stages. So right now it's a little bit rough, but it's not going to be like that forever. So if you wanted to make sure that I know that this is not a model that I should take into the future forever, it's not going to be like that forever. It's going to be more refined. This is early stages. This is 50 Cent 2001. It is what it is, bro. That's the world we live in. I live in reality. So I'm not worried about the smoke. That's why I'm saying, yo, if you want to do this, however you want to do it, if you want to go full insult, or if you want to go half and half, or if you want to do full, let's be rational and talk bigger picture, we can do it all. I'm sophisticated enough to perform at every level. So again, I hear you, but I'm doing this consciously in case you want to know, if you care. But the bigger picture, after we leave here, because we're not going to do this forever, after we leave here, the bigger picture is that we need to do better and we can do better. These scammers out here are laughing at us, bro. Laughing all the way to Eastern Europe with a couple of bitches and a private jet. We're doing that. We're giving that to them. Bro, nah, bro. This is going to change. We're changing the model.
So what you were saying, okay, because I don't want to waste your time, all right? But what you were saying earlier, and this is what I really like comparing, like investing in DeFi as like Shark Tank to, is I agree with you. And I said this before, and I say this in all my videos, and that is why, again, I'm not going to stop saying this. It frustrates me that you are calling me out like I'm a scammer and trying to portray that I'm a scammer when I try to be as real as possible, is these projects are not sustainable in the current state. Just like how when you go to Shark Tank and you watch them present all these different businesses and products and inventions or whatever, or a patent, whatever, in that current state, they are coming there for help because they're not sustainable. They're wanting these sharks to take a gamble on them. And if they sometimes when they take gambles, they still get burnt. And it's the same thing with these projects. They promise a certain APY. If we're talking about rebasing projects with a fixed APY like Titano, yes, it's not sustainable in its current state. What I said and what you'll see other people say is you have to build use cases and utility around that to create deflation for the inflationary problem you're talking about. Everybody addresses that. Everybody, that's real. I agree with that. That is a thing. And that's why, yes, I agree there's a lot of developers out there that just pump and dump their project and rug. That's a clear scam. But there are good developers out there. And just because they remain anonymous doesn't mean that that's any. May Floyd Weather, I said Floyd. Whatever, you get what I'm saying. He rugged his audience 3 different times. He just created another fake NFT project. And like you hear these people all the time that are celebrities doxing them. And I hate that too. I share that pain with you. I share that freaking frustration with you. And these people are doxed and known celebs and still get away with it. So doxing, I tell people all this all the time. Doxing is a grain of salt, just like how everybody should take me and every other YouTuber out there with a grain of salt. You should do your own research and see if you have the financial stability to gamble in DeFi. So to just, again, the APYs, yes, these projects with crazy APYs, yes, in the current state, I look at them and how everybody should, listening right now and going to listen to the replay, you should look at these projects like an angel investment, like a new, project that you think you could believe in. And it's a gamble. It is not tried and true. Yes, the APY is unsustainable at the current state. If they don't create utility, if they don't create deflation, it's not. And that is where it's you as the investor to decide if this project has means to do that. Yes, sometimes these people, rug them, and yes, that happens a lot. But that is up for you to decide. You should never listen to a YouTuber. You should never let a YouTuber make that decision for you. And at the end of the day, it really sucks when you are an honest YouTuber like myself that I never tell people to click that buy button. I never grab their hand and click that. And I got it. That I'm not an influencer. I hate using that term. I create content. Okay. And yeah, it sucks
Oh
that
shit.
I have that ability to, people say that, yeah, you're an influencer and stuff. Yes, I get it to a certain extent that, it creates that negative dynamic where I try to be as careful as possible with the projects I do. And that's why I said at the beginning of this, I don't do a content on every single project I invest in because a lot of them are very risky. Those miners that you were talking about, the baked beans bull, that stuff is terrible. That stuff is crap. Yes, I put a little bit of money into some of those, and I've not done a video on it. Go look at my channel. I've invested in a lot of them, and they're not that great. I've made a couple, a little bit, but that's not besides the point. I don't create content on just everything and try to shill everything and just for my personal gain. I try to show stuff that is either a success that I think is going to be, and if it fails, I'll gladly do a video on it again saying, hey, this is what I did wrong, just like I did with Wonderland, and this is what I'm going to do to kind of fix that. So I agree with you that there are bad actors out there. I agree with you that the APYs that a lot of these projects are showing are sustainable at the beginning. But, we look at projects like Drip Network, where it's been around over a year now, and it promises a daily 1% ROI. And it's been that way, and it has worked. People made millions. People's made so much money on Drip. And I'm not saying this to pump my own bags because I don't have a referral link to give you because I don't have a team. So I'm just trying to tell you that there are legitimate projects out there, and these are just angel investments that you have to make that conscious choice to believe in that they can succeed on the roadmap that they present to you. Just like how the people on Shark Tank give you a roadmap of, say they have the most revolutionary doorknob in the world that's going to make them millions, and the shark has to agree that the roadmap is going to be successful or it's a total sham. And sometimes the sharks get burned. So and that's my whole soapbox on that. I just wanted to really get that out there.
Okay, so now I think it's fair to say that we're getting close to the wrap-up point of this whole exercise that we just participated in. I just want to conclude on a couple of things, all right? So a Ponzi is a Ponzi, and it's a Ponzi, okay? So there's never going to be a scenario where we can make a legitimate argument to transform a Ponzi into a real project. I'm really happy you used the case of Drip because that's a Ponzi scheme. That's not a legitimate.
On Ponzi comics. I agree with you.
No,
Yeah.
no. Don't interrupt me. Don't do that. I didn't say a single word while you were talking. So just have the discipline, bro. So I'm gonna restart. So a Ponzi scheme is a Ponzi scheme. So don't ever sit here and pretend that a Ponzi project is a real deal. It's not. All right. So I'm really happy that you used the example of Drip because that's the exact example we need to conclude this conversation, right? That's a Ponzi scheme, and it's only going to end one way. Anyone who doubts this, that's going to have to be on you, bro. But you know what? History is going to be there, and I'm going to be on the right side of history. That's the thing. After this is all said and done, what I'm going to be remembered for what I'm doing here, I'm going to be on the right side of history. I just want to be very clear on that. Now, let's go specifically into Drip. That's a Ponzi scheme. Just because a Ponzi scheme has lasted more than 12 months doesn't make it a legitimate project. If you do not understand that, that only means you lack maturity in the world of finance and mathematics. Period. That's a solid period. There's no other if, but, maybe. There's nothing. And the reason why there's nothing is because behind the simple principle of money coming in, money coming out, people that are newer getting paid by people who are older. It's the contrary. People who are older being paid by people who are newer. That's the only model that the whole system is based on. That is not a business. That is not a sustainable crypto project. That is not the objective that DeFi should have for itself. That is not the type of content that YouTubers should be promoting. Period.
So how do you make money when you trade DeFi
I'm not
and
done,
stocks and
Austin.
everything
Have
like that?
discipline. Have discipline.
How do you make money? How do you make money, dude? New money comes in and you make money from that. Like, you can sit here and on this Ponzi talk all day long, and I agree with you that there is Ponzinomics and drip, but they also are creating a thing where it's you know, as far away as a Ponzi to begin with, but it's like you sit here and on this Ponzi talk just like every other person does. Everybody knows that. Like, at every certain point, the U.S. dollar is a Ponzi. You know, like, there's so many things that if you dig down and say the new money and the old money, how do you think investors make money in the stock market? I have to hold, if I hold an investment for a year and someone that just heard about the stock market a year later bought, they're my exit liquidity because I sold. I decided to take profit. Like, everything is a Ponzi at some point. You can't just keep using this. And like I said, again, DeFi is a gamble. You're sitting here trying to create arguments over, like, I'm trying to sit here and put DeFi on a pedestal like it's a tried and true asset like real estate, a lendy asset, which look up the definition of lendy because that's what I'm calling real estate versus DeFi. And that's not it at all. So stop sitting here on this soapbox of, oh, it's a Ponzi and you lack financial intelligence. No, you did a whole YouTube channel with 11,000 subscribers talking about all these Ponzi schemes if you want to use your own definition. So stop trying to tell me I lack the financial education or the financial intelligence. Like that's just ignorant. Like, that's just freaking ignorant.
So,
like, everything is everything you can talk about is a Ponzi at the end of the day.
all right. So you notice what happened here. I just want to educate you on something. You see how when you insisted on interrupting me, I just let you speak. I hope you notice that, because that's the difference between indiscipline and discipline. And I'm talking about emotional discipline, by the way, because what you just did right there is just emotional indiscipline. You didn't have to do that. I've shown you time and time again that I'm willing to let you talk without interruption. You yourself apologized for the number of times you've interrupted me. Despite my insisting on please hold your, like, just wait, your turn. You're going to get to speak without interruption. You still keep going at it. That's emotional indiscipline. Bro, you need to work on that. All right? That's a period.
You need to work on defamation.
I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So here's the thing. Here's the news flash that seemingly YouTubers in crypto need. And by the way, moving forward, I'm not talking about you, Austin. I'm talking about the populace of YouTubers that need to elevate their game, elevate their performance, elevate their standards.
Elevate their research, like you. Yes, I agree. Go on.
Because we have a responsibility. Wow. Can you just mute yourself, whoever that is, please? Jesus. Somebody mute that dude. I don't know where he is. I can't find him fast enough.
You got to do it. No one else can.
Okay, done. All right. So what I was saying is that all the YouTubers out here who are pretending that all of life is a Ponzi scheme, that's childish. Stop with that nonsense. This is crazy. Ponzi schemes have a clear-cut definition. All right? It's not the whole world. The whole world is not based on a Ponzi scheme. Like, that's extremely childish and simple-minded. All right? There are services being created in a capitalist market based on competition. That's the difference. Like, when you have a product that you're building, that you're bringing to market, which you're trying to sell to customers, that's a business in the capitalist world. Now, if you do not get buyers for your product that you're building or your service, your business fails. That's fair in open markets. You can fail. But here's what's not capitalist. here's not something that's not respecting the capitalist spirit at all. Here's a Ponzi scheme for you. This is the 101 for people who believe the whole life is a Ponzi scheme. Dummies, bruv. Anyway, so here's the difference. When your whole model, and it's not a business, it's not an investment.
Make sure to highlight that part. Yeah,
when your whole model, be quiet, when your whole model is about convincing people that a completely garbage thing like 100,000% APY is suddenly a reality, an unsophisticated participant, because they're not investors, they're unsophisticated participants. When they start to believe that your complete preposterous of a proposition of giving them 100,000% return is reality, and then you turn around, you take their money, okay, and you use that same money to pay them back. You don't create any added value. You don't create any product. You don't have any services. You're just doing minor, if I could even dare to call it financial engineering, doing a bunch of backflips to get the money from them and give it back to them slowly. There's no other money coming into the system except people who come and participate because they're greater fools than the first fool that came in first. So now suddenly you have a whole system, a pyramid scheme, where the people that got in first, the only way that they don't immediately run out of money because they're being paid with their own money is for someone else to come and add new liquidity to that Ponzi pyramid scheme. And once they do that, once they bring in fresh money, the people responsible for the Ponzi scheme, they take that fresh money and proceed to pay the people that got in first, and then give a little bit to the people that got in later, and so on and so forth. And as long as this machine keeps going, as it's just gobbling up all these unsophisticated not investors, these unsophisticated contributors, it just keeps going and going.
So then why do you
and
do
going.
content about Titano and
Be
Spear?
quiet, I'm not done.
Why do you do content about Titano and Spear? You said it has
Quiet,
to have
I'm
utility.
not done. You can ask
It
me
has to have
after, bro.
utility.
Have discipline. Stop being a child.
Because
Have
you go
some
on these
discipline,
giant
bro.
speeches,
You can
dude. It's
ask me
like, get to
after.
the point.
You-
Like,
Bro,
holy
you can
crap.
ask me after. What don't you understand? You just mute this dude. This dude he's not on the level. All right. Now we're talking serious. All right. So the difference here is crucial for everybody to understand. Okay? If you don't understand the fact that you're being paid with your own money because no services are being created, you're just going to hurt yourself. Now, here's the deal. We are adults here, all right? If you know for a fact something is a de facto Ponzi scheme, and there's no if and buts about it, even though, by the way, my qualm is not with people who try to participate knowingly into Ponzi schemes. My qualm is with YouTubers and the project developers who market these garbage projects as things that are not Ponzi schemes. They try to pretend like, oh, listen, we're going to do this. We're going to create this crazy inflation promise to you. So we're going to make you believe that all of these websites, they show you, you're going to put in a $1,000, and then because of the APY, you're going to become a millionaire in 12 months. Oh, 1 million is not enough. We'll give you 4 million in 12 months. Oh no, 9 million in 12 months. Garbage. So they're all making deceiving marketings to you, trying to cater to the fact that they know you want to make money quick. They know you want to come into crypto to try and make it. They know you heard about all the stories of the peoples who took a shot and made it. They know all that. What they're trying to do is trying to leverage all of those stories that they know exist in your head to sell you an absolute garbage. Now, here's the kicker. The YouTubers actually know it too. The YouTubers know that this is garbage. So what do? They take hush money. They go and talk to these devs. They go and create KYC companies like Jesse to make sure that they're gatekeeping, to make sure that they always have a privileged position, which which creates an inherent conflict of interest where they're guaranteed to make money all the time, every time. Because these YouTubers don't actually believe in this shit. They just want to push it down your throat because they're going to make money off of you. That's why I say they're farming the viewers. And that's what the army that I'm building here is going to fight against. Now, here's the deal. If you in the chat right now, if you in the Discord right now, and you feel so hurt about the fact that I made fun of Austin, and you feel so hurt about the fact that I said some things that got him here into my Discord to have a conversation with me where I get to have access to your ears to tell you that please be careful. These people are literally out to get your money. And they're being promoted by these YouTubers who are completely irresponsible and have massive conflict of interest. And some of them are going as far as to do insider trading. And by the way I produce my content today is not the way I'm going to produce it tomorrow. Right now, it's rough on the edges. Like I said, I'm more like 50 Cent in 2001. But by the time we get to 2008, it's gonna be Lambo swag. It's gonna be clean, where you're gonna have all of the super accurate blockchain data, because guess what? All of these dummies out here, they're all on the blockchain. They can run, but they can't hide. I'm gonna get people who are gonna come on board with the actual blockchain analytics, which is not my forte. My forte is storytelling and pattern recognition. I know when a scam is a scam, and I'm ready to talk about it and call it out, which is what these YouTubers don't want to do, because they're trying to make that little dev money, that hush money, to come and set you up. I don't need that. I'm good. So I can actually wait the long term, play the long game, go on the high ground, and take that moral stance and say, listen, this is garbage. I'm calling it out. I'm doing it in a way where the content is actually entertaining and engaging. And if these pussies out here feel some type of way, they can always try to run up. But we know they're not going to show up on the live stream. They want to show up in this this Discord where it's safe. But it's all good, bro. We're going to be all right. We can do it that way too. But in the end, despite all the antics, the overarching story here is that we're getting fucked by these devs, and we're getting fucked by these YouTubers who know these devs are fucking us, and they're letting it happen. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do content that these devs wish I was pushing their shit, because I'm good at YouTube. I know how to drive traffic. I know how to grab attention. So they wish I would represent their little bullshit projects, but I'm never gonna do that. It's never gonna happen. I don't even have an email on my YouTube channel. That's how hard I'm taking the stance.
Bro,
and by the time this army is up and running, and we have the people going into the blockchain, tracking all these scammers, including the YouTubers. They think we can't track them. Bro, everybody can get tracked on the blockchain. Those people are going to come around. The army's only going to get stronger. And once we get there, we won't have to make the content all edgy and offend little Austin here to get in his feelings. I'm always going to be funny, but I don't have to push the agenda all the way to the max. And Austin, I'm going to give you back the mic now. I already agreed with you. I know I pushed the edge, bro. I'm pushing the agenda because I have a whole system in my mind on how this is going to work. First, we offend the snowflakes. They come running, crying. We have the bigger conversation, which is undeniable. Anyone who's logical in this chat right now, who's listening to this conversation, they know I'm spitting game. Deep down, you know I'm spitting game. So it is what it is. Austin is an unfortunate casualty. He's just going to have to live with that. So, bro, Austin, if you have some words to conclude, you'll have the mic. After that, we're closing the chat. I'll give you the last word because, again, we're not worried about snowflakes. Let's go. Austin, you go.
So, at the end of this whole conversation, do you still think that I am scamming my audience?
I'm not answering questions, just closing thoughts. You have the podium. You can say whatever you want. After that, we're closing.
Okay. Well, that's really see, this whole thing started with me asking you your past, right? Because your whole past, all the way up until like January of this year. I mean, you were passionate about these NFTs. You were passionate about. See, a lot of people said they can't hear me. So am I even
You are
like?
live. You are live.
A lot of people said they can't even hear me. Okay, so some people say they can. So I don't know. Maybe it's just your connections, guys. Okay, so but your whole past with these NFTs, all the way up till this year, very recently, like you were passionate about this stuff. So it's like that's where the problem lies with you calling me a scammer when you did exactly what you're highlighting that I'm doing, where I'm just creating content about projects I'm investing in. You did that just not too long ago. And you're sitting here saying you're going to talk about all these cockroaches and a cockroach can't become a butterfly. Well, are you a butterfly now? Because based on your own definition, you were a said cockroach. So if a cockroach can't become a butterfly, I guess you're still a cockroach. So I don't know, man. I truly don't understand your logic with calling people scammers. And I really think you need to understand what defamation is, because that is a very legal slope, especially where you live in Canada and I'm in the United States. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so you had your time. You said your piece. I said my piece. Everybody, you got to see Austin face the heat. He couldn't do it on the YouTube channel. He was down to do it where he.
I thought I was getting the last word, Oliver. You wanted to throw some more insults out there. I thought I was getting the last word. He couldn't take the heat. No, he just couldn't take the clout that he was going to give my channel. What else? What do you want to say? I got the last word. Now you're lying to your audience again. So there you go.
This is comical, but anyway, guys, this was fun. It was a first. I'm sure there's gonna be some more. I'm pretty convinced that there are some devs that are never gonna be able to take the heat of coming on the YouTube channel. So it is what it is. We're gonna have to do this here every now and then, face some of these scammers for what they are, and bro, we're gonna keep calling them out. Now, like I said, and I really mean this, if you feel like you cannot if you feel like you cannot stand behind the fact that I have to offend little Austin here as I use him to get access to a bigger podium to have a bigger conversation, right? I mean, he's a casualty. It is what it is. But the bigger conversation needs to happen. It needs to happen around crypto, around what is going on in DeFi, and the fact that there's all these scammers out here being promoted by YouTubers. And then they want to turn around and act like they don't know what's going on. They want to turn around and say, oh, it's not financial advice. I didn't mean to say this. Oh, I was in the project too. I lost money. All that is bullshit. All that is bullshit. You want to know why it's bullshit? It's because they have an undeniable advantage over you. The YouTuber can actually get in early on 10 projects, on 10 different projects. If the YouTuber ends up losing on 2 of them or 3 of them, the other ones are going to make him so much money. It's ridiculous.
You're going to make money just from our names.
I told you guys, right?
Defamation. So.
There's already members in the army right now that are listening to this. Big shout out to you. You know who you are. Big shout out to those that are already working with me to make sure that we go in on the blockchain directly to get undeniable proof of how you getting scammed by both these YouTubers and these project creators. When I said I'm coming for everybody, trust me, I'm coming for everybody, bro. And everybody's going to get in their feelings, feel some type of way. It is what it is. But what I'm standing on right now is undeniable. What has been allowed to happen on YouTube is fucking crazy. These scammers are running free and wild as if they own this shit. This is crazy, bro. They're going to take all your money, go to Eastern Europe. These YouTubers are going to plead that they didn't know, or they never said it was financial advice, or they didn't tell you to invest. They didn't put a gun to your head to go in and press the buy button. They're going to give you all this garbage while they're still taking like thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars from these projects to push them to you. So we're going to sit here and act like these grown men don't know that when they're taking $10,000, $5,000, $20,000 from a project that's promising you a garbage that they don't believe in, we're going to sit here and pretend like they don't know that this is unethical and they don't know that this is completely scamming their viewers? Bro, stop with the nonsense.
You're
But
scamming
like
your
I
viewers
said,
with defamation,
that's why the
bro.
army is being built. If you vibe with this type of mission, if you feel like this is something you can stand behind, let's ride together because we need all the help we can get. But if you feel like these snowflakes, when they're getting called on and they're, they have to show up here and justify because they cannot go on the YouTube channel. If you feel like you feel sorry for these snowflakes after they scammed you of your money, and I'm not talking of Austin, I'm just saying in the future, there's going to be future snowflakes that are going to come here and try to make an argument on how they didn't know they were scamming you. If you feel like this heat is too much for you, then you're not cut for this. You don't have to stay in the heat. Snowflakes melt, bro. Stay away from the heat. It's not good for you. Trust me. But if you about that real talk, if you are tired of getting scammed in DeFi projects, if you're tired of losing to the YouTubers that you like and appreciate and just watch them over and over again, keep taking money from these scams and pushing them to you and then turn around and pretend nothing happened, if you're tired of that, bro, you definitely in the right place. That's all I gotta say. For me right now, it's 5 a.m. I've been going hard like crazy. My throat is killing me, so we're gonna have to end this, guys. So thank you for everyone who participated. I mean, it is what it is. It's the beginning of something, so it's rough on the edges, and people are gonna feel some type of way. Austin, I mean, you tried your best. Sometimes we were disciplined, sometimes we were not so disciplined. It is what it is, bro. Go make a YouTube video about it if you still feel some type of way. That's it, folks. That's all for today. Thanks for being here. Bye for now.
Is he gone? There we go. All right, I just want to get the last word so he didn't lie to you guys about something else. There we go.
Bro, he didn't answer the one question you came in with. Hello, boy.
Right. He still can't even talk about the NFT projects that he literally promoted not too long ago.
He's gonna stay up all night writing a script now on how to answer this and how to spin it around in stories and words, cockroaches, Ponzi, this and that. He had no straight answer. That's the fact.
No, it's all good, man. He wants to talk about how he stayed up until 5 a.m. and bro, it's 5 a.m. my time too, so I guess we're in the same time zone. But it is what it is. You're gonna have these guys. He just wants to build clout. And again, I agree. There are people out there that are bad actors that are trying to create exit liquidity for their audience or whatever, use their audience for like exit liquidity. But man, I don't know how else to prove that I'm so far beyond that.
It's quite easy. You can just give us your wallet address, and then I can check to see if you got any pre-sales on these projects that you're posting, and then to see when you sold. So it's not too difficult, actually.
I mean, I've admitted all the times that I've been on white lists and I've sold and all that stuff. It's like all these things that you're trying to find. I'm admitting to that. I'm not pumping and dumping. I'm not doing anything of the sort. And you ask for a wallet address, come on my live streams. I show you my balances of everything.
A balance doesn't show you what you've done with the wallet.
Because guess what? The next thing that you would go and do research on my addresses is, nah, he's not sharing all of his wallets. So it just comes around.
No. You can. I mean, it depends how good you are. I mean, you could trace multiple wallets. You could bring them back to each other. It depends on how good the person is at hiding. But you could find all the wallets most of the time, unless you're running through hot wallets and stuff like that to hide it. You can track every wallet normally. Those people normally aren't that how do you say, they don't realize that you can track it as well as you can.
So, tell me something. I think he left. He posted proof that this guy, OnChain guy, was promoting scams, little scams. He had no answer for that. So instead of asking him for his wallet, going after people that have nothing to do with this, with the question that everyone came in with. He's being the hypocrite. Austin not blaming anyone for promoting or not promoting projects. He's here to defend himself and to ask why the other guy's hypocritical. Why isn't anyone asking him? And secondly, if you read the chat, people have been racist. His so-called supporters, his snowflake, his cock, whatever you want to call them, they've been racist. Talked about Austin's wife, talked about Jesse's children, called freaking Indians smelly and all that shit, and no one freaking banned them.
I mean, because the thing is, right? Like, and I appreciate what you're saying, Panda, but the thing is, dude, like, I don't know who was asking for me to give my wallet address to. Why don't you guys challenge this to the guy feeding you false allegations? Like, what are good projects? Like, it's so easy to wait until a project either dies or fails or the market is just down, because the market is very crappy, and we didn't even get to talk about that. It's very easy to say I told you so, but what's not easy is putting yourself out there, especially there's anonymous YouTubers, just like there is anonymous devs, and putting yourself out there and saying, I'm taking a chance on these projects, I'm taking a chance on this. That's what's not easy. And then because this
the
right
issue,
here is what is
the
it?
issue often is that a lot of these projects like High Point, for example, right? To say anything, I'm not gonna fame anyone or say anything bad, but like on High Point, where's the utility behind the Ponzonomics? It's not built in anywhere.
Right, and that's what I was talking about in comparing DeFi with stuff like Shark Tank, right? Where initially these projects or these businesses or whatever you want to call it, like these things are not sustainable. And I agreed with him on that, and I agree with you on that. That these
No,
projects,
that's not correct though. Say if someone comes on Shark Tank, they're like, we believe that there's a market to sell this product, and we're gonna take
right?
the product costs X. We're gonna go out and it's gonna cost us X to make it. We're gonna sell it at X plus 2, and then the profit margin is gonna go back into marketing, which is gonna be used to create more of the product, which is gonna cost us money to create the product. Here the products are not being created out of anything, right? The value of those products is the initial liquidity, and then it's all the liquidity added post launch by anyone who comes into the project, and then what happens is those who have the most amount of money and earliest will exponentially increase their bag size comparatively to anyone else, and then what happens is those people are able to drain it quicker than the other people can build up any amount of liquidity themselves. Like you can't grow your bags fast enough because the person with 100,000 coins compared to a person with 1,000 coins, that every single minute they are gaining, they're going to be gaining at such a significant rate that exponentially the bags are going to run away from the smaller people, and that gets into how early you get into it. And there's no once you can have mechanisms to burn, right? And then you can have like little games where people can burn tokens, but they're still just providing it to the little box, all right, the little box of people, until you can expand that and be like, okay, we can now go use our token at a casino. Now you've actually got proper utility. Now you can say, okay, we have a casino running that's gonna you can anyone wants to come use this casino, they have to use our coin. Fine, there's some sort of utility there. Okay, there's actually a shop where you can go buy a whole bunch of products online, but you can only use our token. There's utility there, but there's no underlying product. That's where I think he's coming from, and I like. If anyone's got questions for him, I think they should ask. But at the end of the day, these are
Yeah.
Ponzi's.
I just think, like Austin, like, from the conversation, I think you came across that actually very clearly. There's not really much mud that could stick on you, and I appreciate that from your side, because I think I've been a supporter of you for a while, and I've seen it. You've been transparent, but the point that OnChain is making, it's a point that we do need to open our eyes to, because it's from a morality stand. To say that a YouTuber has zero, they're called influencers for a reason. So to say that they have zero responsibility with the stuff that they're pushing out, that's not true. Like, yes, people have to do their due diligence, but a lot of people are new coming into this project. And they look into these YouTubers to give them advice, even though they say it's not financial advice. Well, you are an influencer, so you are influencing them. It's the same with Elon. If Elon puts out a tweet on Dodge, that's going to have the same effect. It's going to cause people to react and to do something because he's an influencer on the social media platform. So I think that side of it, people need to take responsibility. especially those that are called influencers, they need to take responsibility for what they put out is going to influence people. And I do agree that you are like, and of all the YouTubers, I do think you are probably the cleanest. Yeah, but I still think that you also have to take responsibility because influencing is a thing.
No, man, I totally agree. Like I'm literally, it's like OnChain said, I'm in the same time zone he is, and I'm 5 right now. And if I wasn't passionate about what I'm
So,
doing, I
by
would
the
not be
way,
us
you
right now.
guys can keep
But
talking, but me and Austin are not talking anymore. So, you guys can exchange opinions on what you think of all this, but Austin and I, no more inputs.
but you know what I'm saying as far as being an influencer stuff. Yeah, I take responsibility. I even commented on OnChain's video. I forgot whatever it was, and I said, hey, I take responsibility for that. It literally pisses me off, doing a video about like Universe where they rugged. They just flat out rugged. High Point wasn't a rug, is whatever Oliver wants to say. Like they literally drained their liquidity to try to bump up the price for people to exit. But that is what it is. But it sucks doing that. It just sucks being able to, I created a lot of content about Time Wonderland. I could have easily deleted all that, right? But I didn't. That's my responsibility I'm trying to take. I'm trying to show you guys my track record of projects that I do that I thought that were good, but that were bad. And then that projects that have been working good. That's why I started deciding to go live at least once a week to show people that I'm making money from Titano, right? I'm not trying to, they're not paying me to do it. I'm showing live transactions with a spreadsheet that you can click in my description and see me taking money every single week, or if I haven't taken any money every single week. I try to do that as best and as safe and as transparent as I can be. So I do take responsibility not just for the money and the gains that I can make in crypto, but also the losses. And I take responsibility for doing projects that fail. And like I told Oliver earlier, is I invest in small little projects here and there that fail all the time, and I don't do content around them because they're very risky, or I'm still trying to play them out. And that's why I really disagree with what Oliver says as far as you're just shilling projects because you have money in them and then you wait a little bit and then you invest, is because I want to see if it actually performs. And if it's a quality project, the community's good, the communication from the developer's good. I have like this whole criteria, and I did a video on that, how to do your own research. I did a video on that. And, I try to see if all these projects meet my mark over time, then I do a video about it. So it's as honest as I can be and show the true performance of what I think is a good project. And that's me taking responsibility. So I totally agree with what you said, Philly Millie. I think that's how you say your name. I totally agree with you. But I'm happy to sit here if just like he said, if anybody has any other concerns, I'm happy to sit here and talk about it. I'm literally, it's 5:14 in the morning. I mean, I'm not taking a nap, but I'm up now, so I'll stay on here for a little bit if anybody else wants to talk or they're concerned about anything else that I possibly could have be scamming. Like Duke says, we done.
The problem is, ensure that, like I've made money. I've made quite a lot of money in DeFi, but the problem is I've realized is I'm taking money from others. No other way to look at it. And there's an unwritten rule in DeFi: you don't fud your own bag. No one talks about the Ponzonomics inside the systems, because if you do, new people coming in will not invest. This is the issue: is once you can show that you're making money out of Titano, what's the price down? It's down regardless, but your bags are big enough because you got in early enough and you've been able to get that APY. Eventually, it's going to drain. That's the problem. Eventually, it will. There's no even on these things. Like again, everyone has a treasury backed by the investors coming in. So the investors come in, that gets the treasury. The treasury is supposed to go out and make money to do buybacks. The treasury is impossible for the treasury to make same percentages at which they are giving out rewards. So the amount of rewards that are produced every single day on anything, it's from nodes or from these a high APY staking, I mean, not high stakers, but auto stakers. It doesn't matter. You're gonna get rewards are gonna outpace the treasury. The rewards are gonna eventually outpace new money coming in, because it's not an endless supply. And eventually, what happens is a lot of people inside the system end up FOMOing back in when the prices are low, and they think, oh, the price is low now, I'm going to buy more to get back in. And you just more exit liquidity. Just more exit liquidity. The earlier you can get in, more money you can put in, the more money you can take out. People putting in small amounts of money at any point in the chain are going to get wrecked. That's the problem. It doesn't matter how you break it up. It's a Ponzi.
But see, wouldn't you also agree that's how any investment works? Like, I get what you're saying as far as, if you want to talk about the tokenomics of specific projects, but the art of buying low and selling high, I mean, it is a winner versus loser game. That's how DeFi, stocks, real estate. I mean, that's how anything is. You buy a house, you hope it appreciates in value,
Would
and then you
anyone
drop
like to react to that?
Yeah, I would like to react to that. Also, the problem is, the thing is, okay, when you're buying stocks, right? So, like, I trade that. That's where I make most of my money, right? If I'm trading, there's a fair value, undervalue, overvalue, right? So then you're trading along those lines, all right? And you're looking for maybe news in the markets, something that's going to potentially bring the price up based on actual world events, like something. Say XRP had to win the court case, right? There's going to be a significant amount of volume that comes in after that. They can move into more banks in the US. They're in banks all across the rest of the world. They can now start using their token across something that would shoot the price up. The difference here is there's no trading along a fair value price point, because there is no fair value price point. Prices are just going to tank because there's no utility backing it. The utility on any single company, on any single company or stock, whatever you name it, is backed by what that project is bringing in a dollar value, not in a made up value based on a liquidity pool. And the liquidity pools can be manipulated so fast because they aren't very big. It's you can dump any of these things. Biggest bags can dump a price so fast. It's just ridiculous. Doesn't matter how you cut it, it's the same. No utility. There isn't a company. It's a project.
And I mean, it's just, again, I'm just going to have to respectfully disagree with you, man. Because with DeFi, with crypto, like I told him, I mean, this is gambles. These are gamble plays. And this is where I would ask the next
question. The question is, does anyone have any counter arguments to what Roger
yes, and I'm responding to Fruggers now, so stop interrupting. So when it comes to, this whole thing, like, then it comes to the question where, well, what am I supposed to create content on? If I want to talk about these DeFi risky projects that I tell people all the time, like, I know the whole influence thing, but it's like I want to document my journey. That's the whole purpose of what I want to create content on. And when you come back to me and say, well, it's just, there's people that buy in early, and that's,
I see some people going pretty hard in the chat. I mean, the voice is open right now. Why not come voice your opinions and share your thoughts?
Exactly. I welcome it. I 100% welcome it. And it's just, it leaves me kind of speechless, because it's literally, someone even made a joke, it's investing 101, because it is like, yeah, that these established stock companies, the public stock, right? These companies, they have established revenue streams and XYZ, but how does penny stocks work? How does these startup companies work? And even then, you can't, like, DeFi is so different than the traditional stock market. I'm just using the whole, like, there is always going to be a winner and a loser, because that's how it is. That's how investing 101 is. So it's just, man, I don't understand how there can be a fair ground on, hey, you're a content creator, and I'm asking you guys that. I would love to hear your guys' opinions so I can gear my content towards that. But I truly am ignorant to how I can make my content both transparent, document my journey of what I want to do, involving not just real estate and stocks, but these, gamble, high risk plays in the DeFi world. How can I make that ethical while also being true to myself of showing my journey? Because I don't want to just tiptoe around these projects and be like, oh, no, I can't do a project about that. No, if I'm investing in it and I'm making money, and I would like to show people that I'm making money and they could too, possibly.
Tell them it's a Ponzi and how to make money. You can make money for Ponzi, but the thing is, you just got to tell people, get in early, a bigger bag than everyone else, and take profit as fast as possible.
I say that,
Bro.
I say that, dude.
Bro, he's saying invest with be conscious that you're willing to lose money. The thing.
Yeah.
I
But
watched
then
one
you
of his
got to
podcasts.
tell people how to beat the system if you're gonna do it. That's all.
Dude, I say that all
No.
the time, though. I say that relentlessly. I say always get your ROI back. Never hold in these projects.
Yeah.
Don't sit here and look at paper gains, because I make the joke all the time too. You can't pay your AT&T bill with paper gains. You have to ROI. I say that all
Well,
the time.
Duty, go ahead. Make your argument. You started to talk.
No, I just hopped in now. I just saw Austin in here. I was like, hey, my guy.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, okay.
No, I just joined in. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just
All
trying
right,
to...
all good.
Yeah.
Duty, where did you get the link to the Discord from?
So I was in another YouTuber's Discord, Crypto News Plus, and then some guy was like, "Oh, Sphere is a rug pull or whatever," and then I joined this one, and then yeah, no, I'm in Sphere, dude. The thing is, I don't know why you're hating on Austin, dude. He says, I listened to one of his podcasts. Don't invest into DeFi. You have to know that there's a huge risk with going into this, and that's what you have. That's what you're willing to take on. If you don't want to deal with this high risk, high reward, just leave, bro. That's the thing. Yeah, there's some Ponzi aspects into it, but I don't know.
Well, too bad you missed the whole thing. I wouldn't qualify it as hating on him, but I won't debate you on that because there was a whole debate. This is now more open to everyone to share opinions. So I hear you. Anyone wants to counter or has another opinion, the podium is open to you.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think people need to come away. What's happening right now in DeFi is that whole cult mentality, and I think that is being promoted in all of these channels. But I think we need to be able to discuss what we think is an issue with the project without being harassed or attacked. And rather than attack someone, educate them and teach them, no, this is what's actually happening. Yeah. But right now, that's not happening. What's happening now is, you mentioned a concern, and then it's like, oh, why are you fighting your own bag? Why are you fighting? Why are you trying to be negative? Why? That's not it. Sometimes you just need answers to certain questions that you might have, something that you've seen that you're trying to understand. And that's why that's why I agree with a lot of what Oliver was saying because of that, and because everyone is pushing that same agenda of no, we need to, you can't say nothing negative about the project or else that's it. Because of that, I think that's why DeFi is the way it is right now. It's very toxic, it's very dangerous, it's very high risk. But actually, if people moved away from the cult mentality into educating and supporting people coming into the project that are learning, because not everyone has been here for years. So if we move away from that toxicity and teaching and learning, I think, we can move up. The morality side of things will improve because everyone is actually trying to support each other. It's not a conflict of interest. It's about teaching and educating people coming into the project. And if we can't do that, then it's forever you're going to have furthers, forever you're going to have people that are hating on this guy and hating on. That's what's going to happen because, it's that cult mentality that's pushing that agenda. That's it. That's my.
I totally agree, man. I mean, it's
I
like.
hear you on that. 13, you sound like you were going to say something. Did you want to intervene? 13, Sue? No, I guess not.
But to say what I was going to say to that, man, like I said, I agree, and that's why I said countless times with Oliver, I agree with his mission of trying to protect
Nobody,
people in the DeFi
actually,
space.
Duty, if you want to talk, you can go ahead, but if you're
Dude,
not going to
Oliver,
talk,
stop
mute
trying to
yourself so
interrupt
that
me. Oh my god!
ambient
Oh no,
sound.
no, just let Austin finish his point, and then I can hop in.
Like Oliver, I think is just doing this now just to be a dick.
You're talking
But-
about Austin Clark?
Yeah, Austin was saying something. Just let him speak first.
So I agree with Oliver's
That was someone
mission.
else talking. That wasn't
See, like,
Austin.
he just
Bro, okay. Alright, OnChain, just let him speak, bro.
I'm sorry. I just let me just update you on what just happened. Him and I just went back and forth for like over an hour. We said everything that needed to be said. Unfortunately, you were not there, so you came in late. But right now, what's happening is Austin and I are no longer building arguments. Now the podium is open for other people to come in. So you can chime in, you can say anything like to represent your point of view or your opinions.
and
But
see also
that's
just
the
keeps
next
talking,
phase.
so
We're not
that
in
way
the
he
same
can
phase
talk
anymore.
over me.
Yeah, but like, I want to hear Austin's point, and then I can backtrack. Like, sorry, boys. No, I just want to hear Austin's points, and then I'll make a point up for me. That's it.
Thanks, man. But
Well,
again,
too
I
bad
agree
that time
with-
has already
I agree
passed.
with
You are late,
Oliver's point.
unfortunately.
I agree with Oliver's mission. The thing is, I don't like that what you said with the whole cult mentality is that he's using these false allegations to build up all this hate around someone like me that I'm on y'all's side. Like I don't want y'all to get scammed just as much as I don't want to get scammed. I'm not trying to push bullcrap stuff. You know, I don't try to do that. Do I fail sometimes? Yes. But I'm sitting here trying to be as transparent, honest as possible, and I'm the one that gets caught in the crossfire just to feed his view count. You know, so that's where I disagree, and it really bugs me is that he claims to be passionate about these scammers and exposing blah blah, but he comes at someone like me where half of his video is talking about my haircut and my girlfriend and how I'm the girl of the relationship, but it's not even fruitful about the stuff I'm supposedly scamming my audience with in general. It's just about defamatory insults that in a court of law could be totally proved as defamation. So that's where I disagree and where the disconnect is with me and Oliver.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like there's OnChain. You need to like come with more facts. You come at sphere's a rug pull. Oh, dude, Jesse said this one time in the AMA. It's just I don't know. There needs to be a lot more education that comes with your content, and I think like people will look at it better. There's just too much hate. I don't know. I agree with Austin about the part where he targets certain things, while he should be focusing on more the content or like tokenomics or why is this a Ponzi, like things like that. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like the content you make on chain is like it's heavily made to bring in views. That's the thing. Or bring like Sim, come on my channel, that sort of thing. It's all to bring you views, which is fair enough. But I don't know. If you really want to make a change in DeFi, you have to come in with more like education-based content. That's my point. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, cool. So I'm not gonna argue with you on these points. Like I said, this is now open for everybody else who wants to participate. So I hear what you're saying. These are opinions. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But mute yourself though. We can hear stuff going on. When you're not talking, mute yourself.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I seen someone say, Micah says, wrap it up. Yeah, if anybody else has anything, I'll stay on here for like a couple more minutes. Literally, again, like I said, happy to talk about any concern that I may possibly be scamming my audience or doing unethical content, for sure.
Yo, DA, we can't really hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Right. All I'll say is, I actually respect both of your perspectives, Austin and OnChain. OnChain, I like your mission. I understand what you're trying to do. I think it's high time this kind of thing starts to happen. I do think a lot of the YouTubers that are out there maybe aren't quite up to speed with the way the whole industry is, or us lot out here, us investors maybe. They're not up to speed that we're onto it now. You see, a lot of this Ponzi stuff is just getting pushed. But the only thing I'll say, as someone who's with the whole program, is if we can try and keep this a little bit more respectful of each other. You know, I find it hard with some of the insults. That's all, and that may push me out this whole picture. So that's the only advice I'll say, and I'm done.
When, in my case, when dealing with me, your opinions won't push you out the picture. Like, I know these Discord environments have created all these echo chambers where they only want to hear the thing that they want to hear. None of that around here, bro. We don't have to agree on everything. In fact, we don't even have to be friends. If we have a mission that we can both get behind, then let's just do it. If we don't, if you just want to express an opinion or participate in a debate, participate in conversation with other people, that's fine too. We don't have to all agree on things. As long as you're not being excessively toxic and not like outrageously trolling, fine. And I say this like I'm thinking out loud for Austin because part of my content is designed to troll him. So now I literally just said, if you're not outrageously trolling, then it's fine to be in the Discord and to talk about whatever, exchange your opinions, because it is education. But here's the thing about the difference between having a conversation and making a YouTube video. A YouTube video is a driver for views around topic X, hopefully to generate a bigger debate. When the YouTuber delivers on a content in a way where it's driving bigger debate, then we have something to go on. We have something to chew on, something to talk about. Like, yes, part of my content is trolling, but I think at this point, any intelligent participant in this market can obviously see that I'm bringing something behind that trolling. I'm literally hacking YouTube in order to start a conversation. That's a literal hack. I'm building, like, I'm literally in real time. I'm giving a new way to approach the game. Like, you guys might not realize this, but I'm contributing to changing the whole YouTuber landscape. This is what's happening here. But we'll see. History will see if I'm right about this methodology or not. We'll have to wait.
I think the methodology is fine for like your YouTube videos and stuff, but when you're in here and we're all sitting here listening to you guys trying to have a general conversation, I think you can be a bit combative, which it goes against a lot of the fantastic points that you raise. A lot of people are just going to switch off to the fantastic shit that you're fucking spitting, just because they feel like, who is this guy with his street talk and all this sort of stuff, right? That's the only bit I'd say. And it kind of even gets to me. And I want to like you, man. I've watched pretty much all your videos. You're on point with most of it. I mean, you're the only one out there who's really spitting it properly. But like I said, if you could just calm it down, or at least when people come in here and see us all talking and chatting, if you're the most respectful, kind of like how Austin's been. If you, well, I think a lot of people will agree with me. But anyway, that's pretty much all I'll say. And by the way, I do love your content. Keep it up, just like I said. keep it cool and respectful. That's all.
Man, so what you just said is a very interesting point. I realize that now, if anyone wants to speak, they can just chime in after. Like, I would prefer you guys talk to each other, but I get that, this is my Discord, so people like have either a point that they want to address with me or with Austin. It is what it is. So I'll just keep chiming in, especially if it's something that's as good as what you just said. Because you see, the thing that you said there is, I want to like you because of the underlying stuff that you're saying. But then the delivery rubs me the wrong way. So here's the game. That's actually more powerful than if I was just telling it to you like a professor. Think about that for a second. I'm going to repeat that. What you just described emotionally and your appreciation of the content is actually more powerful than if I were to just give you the game like a professor would. It is what it is, bro. That's human nature.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I understand exactly why you're doing it. However, I think with a lot of the people that are going to be coming in here, you're going to drive a lot of people away, and a lot of people are going to miss a lot of the good stuff you're doing just because in this Discord, I would suggest the respectful angle. On your videos, fine. You can crack them jokes, say whatever you say. You're funny. We all love that. But in here, like I've said, I think Austin's been trying to talking over each other type of thing. Don't do it's just it sends the wrong message, man. And I understand the whole point, but it works perfectly for videos in an actual Discord where we're actually trying to talk to each other. Yeah, it doesn't quite work. That's all. But I respect everything else you said. Don't worry about that. You're all right. And I like the delivery, and I think you do have massive impact with the way you're doing it on the videos. Fantastic stuff.
Well, thank you for the compliment. I cannot address something that affects Austin without giving him a chance to rebuttal, so I won't address that part. But I see what you're saying, and I see that you understand, because there's a catch-22 here. It's like, so you're trying to make like you're trying to differentiate between the Discord and the YouTube, but I'm still the same person. So it's not that I cannot. I'm getting feedback. Someone unmuted themselves. Hold on, D. Give me a second. So it's not like I cannot deliver when talking here without the antics. But some of us are also here for the drama. Let's just be real. It is what it is, bro. And I don't even have a problem with that. The difference between me and Austin is that I'm game. I'm game for all of it. I'm game for the education. I'm game if we want to get dramatic or down and dirty or this and that. It's the internet. Like I literally look at this as, oh, okay, that's the move we're making. As long as the bigger message is being pushed forward and subconsciously or consciously it's being absorbed, then let's do it. Because the mission here is bigger. There's a bigger mission. And either way, the conversation needs to happen. It's not gonna be perfect all the time. So I'm already comfortable with that. The mission cannot be for me to be perfect all the time. No. But the bigger message and the mission, that's what needs to be clear. That's my point on that. It's going to have to be in and out. It's not going to be perfect all the time. It's not going to be just like, oh, when you do a video, do it this way. When you're talking in Discord, do it that way. No, I'm still that guy who's a little bit edgy. I can flip in and out in different delivery systems and different approaches. It's in and out. Go ahead.
Fair enough. No problem.
All right, cool. Anyone else want to jump in? The mic is open. Let's see, Lady B, I see you in the chat. Yo, it's so rare to have women among us. It would be great. I mean, if indeed, Lady B, if you're indeed a woman, I'm just supposing based on your picture. Why don't you chime in and let us know what you feel about all this? What do you think? YaBonks, I don't even know if you're still awake at this point, but if you want to get in there and also share your opinion, you're welcome to. And everybody else, mic's open.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you clearly.
I'm actually on a bus, so that's why I wasn't joining the chat. So I may go out of signal, but my whole point in the whole thing was listening, and I'm only very new to all this, but that I did feel that you came across quite aware of each person or the facts. I kind of was more inclined to listen to Austin's because he was coming across as articulate. So I suppose that's my point of view from it, regardless who was right or wrong, or whether it's a Ponzi or not. And that's from a new, very easily influenced person in these projects and discords. So I don't know how you feel about that.
So you broke off for a second there.
Sorry.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, if you could just tell us again, please.
So I just found, like, I'm very new to all this, and so I find that the discords are a source of information, the voice chats I go on to. But when I feel that someone is being disrespectful to someone else or not letting them speak or just wanting to get their own point across, I find it very hard to tune into that person and what they're saying. So I think regardless of the facts that went on or what the reality of these projects, I was tuning into Austin more because of his tone of voice and the way he composed himself as opposed to yourself and the way you spoke over him and were kind of dictating the chat. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful towards you in any way, shape or form, but I think what Dad said was that in your videos that works, but on a Discord it doesn't. It just doesn't get the same message across. So even if you are right and everything you're saying is factual, that just wasn't coming across as clear. In my point of view, and I am only one person in all of this.
All right, I hear you. Seems like Emma would like to jump in. Emma, do you want to say something or no?
I'll say something. Can you hear me?
YaBonks.
Bruv.
Yeah,
Bruv.
You clear, bro.
I'm so tired,
What's
man.
good, bro?
I'm so tired. This has been going on for 3 hours.
Beginning, bro.
What?
You've been here since the beginning. It's crazy.
I know.
All right,
I know. This is gonna. I'm recording this whole thing, by the way. This is gonna be the most views I've ever had on any video of my life.
Do your thing, bro. We're here for all of it.
Oh my god, this is wild, man. But no, I think overall the conversation, it was productive. Granted, people can contest the styles and the offensiveness and all that, and I don't agree with all of it, but I think there were some meaningful discussions that will open up into bigger discussions among the whole community. This is an experimental space. It's unregulated. It's international. There are multiple jurisdictions, all with their own rules or no rules. So we're all trying to figure this out as we go. I personally suck at these games, these DeFi games. I'm not as good as some of you guys out there, but I'm figuring it out as I go. And I think like people like Austin, who have transparent YouTube channels, helps me out. Like I know he's just showing what he's doing, good or bad. If he has some wins or if he has some losses, like I know enough to know like, hey, don't just copy what this guy is doing. Try to figure it out for myself first, but maybe I can get some leads on what different projects are out there. And luckily I haven't gotten rug pulled yet, but a lot of my friends have. And that kind of stuff really pisses me off. So like I'm here because I want to stop devs from rug pulling. I want there to be more accountability for developers specifically. I'm not really, I don't know, the whole YouTuber thing, I can't really speak for the other YouTubers or anything, and I don't really know like the ethics behind some of the conflict of interest stuff. Like I said, it's unregulated right now. I don't really have any kind of clarity. I'm not a lawyer on that stuff. But I do know when a developer, I'm a software engineer, so that's what I know. If a developer uses technology to literally steal money from people, like the way I see this is we're in a casino and I see each project like a poker table. I walk up, I put my money down with a bunch of other people. Now, I want to play that game fairly. I know it's a poker table. I know the other people at the table are trying to take the pot, and I'm okay with that because I'm trying to take the pot too, right? But it's when the dealer just decides to swipe all of the chips off the table into their pocket, flip the table on us, flip us the bird, and then just walk out the door into the horizon or the sunset, and we never see him again. That shit pisses me off. So that's what I want to try to figure out how we can fix that and find some kind of accountability. I would love to have an audit team with specialists that can go through transactions on the blockchain to find these people quickly. And yeah, so that's why I'm here. And I'm decent at analyzing code and Solidity code and stuff like that in contracts, and I'm pretty good at transactions. But I think we need more watchdog efforts in that area. By the way, I love your comedy. I think you're hilarious. I think some of the insults are defamatory, so be careful with that stuff. I know that's in the United States at least, those are tricky waters to navigate. If you need somebody to make diss videos about, you can make diss videos about me. I'd love that. I'm the captain now, bruv. So anyway, that's all I gotta say, really.
Oh man. All right. So let me use that to kind of like answer both. Now address is a more accurate term. What you said and what Lady B said. So here's the thing, right? We are in a situation right now where it's like the pendulum is all the way in the direction of YouTubers and project devs all working together to do their little thing. They're all happy campers right now. And then I come along, right? But I'm not, when I say I come along, I'm not doing it in a way where I'm like asking for permission, or I'm just trying to skirt the edges or try to wait until everything is perfectly formed together before I can issue. No, bro. We're gonna break a couple of things, offend a couple of people, because this is garbage. Now, here's the deal. There's a general context right now in the world that we're living in. We've grown as a society and this Western hemisphere or whatever to be so comfortable about the way life works, quote unquote. I think there's just a lot of snowflakes going on. Like, people are way too snowflakey. I don't even understand. It's crazy. So now what happens is when I drop the delivery the way I do it, of course it's gonna rub you the wrong way. You're not supposed to be if you're too comfortable when you listen to my content, there's a problem. I don't want you to be too comfortable. You either need to be laughing or you need to be frustrated. You need to be going back and forth between these two feelings, because you know what? That's when your brain actually opens up. And it feels like at first you can't hear what I'm saying because it feels like you're being distracted, but it's not true. You actually sponging this information in either side of the spectrum on which you're on. Over time, what I'm hoping is going to happen is exactly what's happening right now. Now we have the DeFi army, we have the Discord. People are going to have access to be able to talk to each other in an environment where you are allowed to have a difference of opinion. And then we're going to evolve to the point where we have actionables, where now it's like, all right, let's organize the structure here so that we can actually go after these people. Because in terms of the leadership that is required to step out into the other side, right? The unpopular side, because let's not get it twisted. What I'm doing right now is very unpopular for what a YouTube business model would be. I mean, YaBonks, you are a YouTuber, so I know you by default know that this is very unpopular.
I will say
Because
this.
guess
I
what?
will say this. It
Go
will
ahead.
make you a lot of enemies, but it will get you a lot of views and a lot of subscribers because it will it will divide people and galvanize them. So you'll get very hardcore supporters and very hardcore opponents, and less of that middle ground. So you'll gain a lot of traction very quickly with the hardcore supporter base and the bombastic nature of your content because it's so dramatic that people are like, oh my god, did you hear what he said? Oh my god, did you hear what he said? And then they're sharing
But
the link,
also,
right? I understand, and I
Ho-
understand
hold
that
on, lady.
I understand the
Go ahead,
technique.
YaBonks.
I understand the technique and the marketing tactic, and it is super effective. I totally agree with you. And I don't want you to stop that because I personally think you're hilarious, right? And it makes your content very engaging. I literally I worry about you and also the people that you're talking about, like Austin, who I'm friends with Austin, and I think he's a super genuine dude, right? And I think after tonight's discussion, we can all kind of agree, like, Austin's a pretty clean cut guy, right? I think we can all agree he's a pretty good dude. So I don't want to see
He needs
the
to do something about that haircut, though. The cut is clean, but
hey,
we
that's your personal opinion, man. I personally love the
I just had to do it, bro. I just had to do it.
I'm gonna do a live stream going to your barber.
But like you said, I am a funny dude also. That's part of the whole swagger. So Lady B, you wanted to react on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if my signal is still okay. Can you hear me okay?
You're good. 5 on 5.
Okay. I'm not disputing any of that. I think your YouTube needs to continue as is. I don't have enough information in the whole space to be able to even dispute anything you or Austin would say. I'm just coming from a point of view where I'm not even a web developer. I barely am able to use a laptop. I'm coming from a point of view where communication and behaviors would be part of my job. And I suppose just my advice would be that if you really want to get your opinion, and I think it's always good to have another side of it. We don't always want to be listening to the people that are going to say, this is going to make you loads of money. Like, everyone needs to know that there's risk involved with everything. But you pointing out the other side, the other facts, that's brilliant. That's great. It's good to have two sides so that people like me can weigh it up and see if it is worth the risk. But I just think on a Discord like this, the delivery of it could be different. And that's the only thing I wouldn't advocate for you to change your YouTube or how you deliver your message in that sense. But I think when it comes down to trying to see both sides, the delivery has to be equal from both sides of how that's delivered. Does that make sense? So that would be my point.
Yeah, and
So,
if
go
I
ahead,
could really
YaBonks.
quick, I just want to add one thing to that. The last part of my statement I wanted to finish, and it goes along with what she just said, is so like I was saying, I'm kind of looking out for you and people like Austin, where like I don't want to see you get sued for defamation because you mischaracterize somebody and impact their income. And I don't want to see somebody like Austin who, like, he's out here, he's been grinding his YouTube channel forever and trying to be as transparent as possible, and I don't want to see his like income from his like YouTube channel, which I'm sure isn't like even that much, but still like it will affect his well-being and his life and everything. So I want to, like, if you need somebody to diss on, man, you can diss on me in your videos, bro. Like, first 2 minutes, like, call me cockroach, you know what I'm saying? Like, say like, I'm your daddy now, and like, I'm the captain now, bruv. Like, you can do all that stuff, and then you can go into like the logical part of it with your arguments and your facts and stuff, rather than seeing you like get yourself caught up in like either legal situations or in situations where you're damaging somebody's well-being or life. And like as we saw in here, like I was saying, you get very galvanized supporters doing this kind of stuff. So in your Discord server tonight, you had people threatening to kill people's children. You had people talking about people's children. Yeah, so you had people talking about killing people's children. You had people talking about people's girlfriends and wives. It was just out of control. So like that kind of activity does like unfortunately bring that side of it. I think somebody's mic is unmuted, but anyway, so that's one of the things, like I want to make sure that like that part of it's going to drive people away too, like people who actually want to come here and do legitimate work trying to crack down on actual scammers and stuff like that. I know it's fun to be like, yeah, we're starting an army and using those terms, but like some people get it in their head, especially with money involved or if they're emotional, and they take it too far. So like I think if you're stepping in to a leadership role in this Discord army you're starting, you might need to rein in some of those more extreme parties that end up in here. Just my opinion.
Yes. So evidently, of course, people need to be reined in. Like there needs to be a tone from the top on what's acceptable and what's not. And you also have to be mindful that this is literally the second day of the Discord, right? So literal, probably less than 48 hours at this point, something like that. So it's gonna take some time. Like I said, even when I was talking with Austin earlier, it's rough on the edges right now because you know what? If the mission is to be perfect, you're never gonna do anything, at least in my book. So it's okay to be imperfect because we're human, but even in an execution, like on the execution of a strategy, it doesn't have to be 100% from the get-go. What cannot be messed up though is the mission that you're on, the direction you're going towards. And as I said to Austin, because I listened to what he was saying and some of the concerns that he expressed, which also match some of the stuff that you worry about when it comes to my future. So a few things about that. So number one, like if anything that's gonna come my way, best believe I'm ready for that. Like I said, there's levels to this game, so we can play it on different fields. I'm good to go, bro. I'm good to go. This is happening. This is literally happening. Now, as it's happening though, it will evolve over time, and that's that. So it'll be rougher at first. The ride will be a little bit rough at the beginning, and as we go further down the road, we're gonna reach a point of escape velocity where the squad is just gonna be so strong. We're gonna have such a diversity in the people that are available to contribute to the mission that it will just be a smoother ride. But we're not there yet. I'm just 1 month into this YouTube channel and 2 days into the Discord. Give it like a couple of more, like give it 3 more months. Anyone that want to just do this exercise out of curiosity, leave today, come back in 3 months, see what happens. There's a method to this madness, and not everyone can execute at that level. Best believe that. So just again, what I'm doing right now is gonna change the game. I truly believe that. But again, history is gonna be here to judge. So let's see where this thing goes. Because the level of impact that you need to get the pendulum to come and swing the other way so that people can stop endorsing all the crazy shit that is going in DeFi right now, it's going to take a lot of force. Some things are going to feel like they're breaking, but we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. That's my take on that.
And you said an important word there. You said endorse. And that's something I see happening in certain sectors of YouTube where people it's called shilling, where somebody gets paid to say they endorse something without disclosing they were paid. And that's something I personally don't like. So, like, I think it's okay if, like, you're a YouTuber or a presenter of information, if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I will pay you X amount of dollars for your time to research our project in depth and make a video presenting this information. But I think that's cool. But if somebody says, hey, I'll pay you X amount of dollars or X amount of tokens, or X amount of tokens in whitelist to pump our project and say good things about it and not tell anybody that we paid you, that's when I start having issues with influencers. Other people might disagree, but I'm not into that whole model as much. But if somebody wants to pay me, a couple $100 for my time to read through their white paper and present that information to the public, I'll do that. But I'm going to tell everybody, hey, this is a casino. That this could very well be a rug pull or a scam. So do your own research and be careful. And I think more YouTubers need to, at least in this space, need to be like that, where they're not just being like, yeah, this coin is great, it's good, buy it now. You know what I mean? So the word you said, endorse, is something super important for at least marketing people. And I'm new to the YouTube thing, so correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm trying to figure this out as I go. As you know, I only have a couple hundred subscribers, but I got a lot of friends out here and stuff, and I'm seeing how other YouTubers are doing it, and some I think are doing it pretty well. Others I think are just being, I don't really want to. I'll leave the bombastic, offensive attacks to you. I'll let you have those grounds, but you know what I mean. So some people out here are just egregious with how they're marketing other people's projects and not disclosing that they're getting paid to do it. And that bugs me. Oh, dude, I got this one project. If I showed you the videos and the marketing lingo on the website, you would laugh your ass off. I literally sent it to like all my friends out here, and everybody agreed. It's just absurd, man. Oh, God. And it's projects like that bug the shit out of me, because they're out here. It reminds me of, like, have you ever been roped in like a pyramid scheme in like your younger years or whatever, like Amway or Quickstar or any of that stuff? Well, anyway, they use a lot of language like, oh, are you ready to quit your 9 to 5? Are you tired of waking up to that alarm clock? Well, if you sign up here, join here, you'll never have to work your 9 to 5 again. You'll make $1 million in a year. They use language like that isn't honest, because anything could happen. And so in the context of DeFi, anything could happen in these games, right? I call them games. I don't call them investments. I don't think these are investments, right? I have the SEC on my back here in the United States. I can't use the word investment. So these are games. And if people play these games and want to try to make some money, hell yeah, go for it. We're in a casino. If you want to put some money on the table to gamble and have some fun, that's cool. But like when the people who are running these games start saying, hey guys, invest in me and you'll be a millionaire in 1 year, I guarantee it. Or you'll be guaranteed to quit your 9 to 5 job, I guarantee it. That kind of shit has to stop, man. So, and you talk about that a lot.
Of course. I mean, yeah, this typical. But let's give other people a chance to chime in. So anyone wants to add something? Interestingly, I also want to shout this out for anyone who's listening who's not seeing this. I think it's quite elegant that Austin in the chat said, even though we don't agree on so many things, he would still be down to work together sometime in the future if there's any room for that. And I said, I hope that is an honest invitation, because it would send a strong message. And the reason why I think this is so important is because of like I said earlier, about the pendulum where we are at right now in society in general. Like, everybody wants to find the coziest and closest echo chamber that they can get into and live there forever. Nobody can deal with any conflict. Nobody can deal with any adversity. No difference in opinion. It's like all of it is just too much. That's why I keep talking about snowflakes. If real life is too much for you to accept that, yo, things are unpredictable, things break, things, have conflict in them, or things are weird sometimes. If you can't deal with that, then in my view, you can't deal with real life. So the fact that after this is all said and done, that Austin actually thinks that, like I said, I hope it's honest and it's not just a PR thing. But if it is indeed honest, I think that would be a very elegant gesture. And I want to give props to that if indeed it is real. So, yeah. Again, the podium is open. Anyone who wants to get in here, share your opinion, you are open to do so.
Only if you share your barber's number. Once again, I want to add that. I need to get an on-chain approved headset. I need to get an on-chain.
Go ahead, Duty. Who was about to talk right now?
Oh no, I was just laughing at Austin's joke. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Oliver, I think I'm the only person who can talk more than you in one go straight. Can we please get Brian Legend in here? Somebody?
Bro, you play too much.
Dude, I messaged him and I want to talk to him.
The Discord would fucking explode.
Bro.
Like, it would just literally fucking transform into a fireball.
I don't know if you've gotten death threats yet, but
this dude cannot take any adversity, like none, like none.
Oliver,
like
can you hear me?
it would be a shit show.
Oliver,
because the thing is, like,
you muted me.
It's hard. Like, I think something also, since we're all going full kumbaya now, but I think something that is very hard for people like watching this to appreciate is how difficult it would actually be to be in Austin's position and coming here and having a back and forth with me because of everything I bring to. Yeah, go ahead.
Big balls.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Now, I do think like the thing. I think it's a weird thing that happened today, because I think the thing that should have happened was for this to be like, okay, you know what? Let's fucking go, blah blah blah. Let's go for YouTube. The making money from the YouTube content, I actually don't think that's the real thing. But the Discord is easier. So, because it's so high octane that at least there can be cool down periods. You know, there's no camera in your face.
Right.
And and then based on that, you can then come back and get your composure back. Whereas if this was like live on camera, you would see all the body language, all, oof, boy. but myself, like, I'm ready for all that because I came ready. Like, I'm not doing this by mistake. I didn't happen to fall into this. So I'm ready for all the smoke. But again, you're going to see as you guys follow this journey here, you'll see some of these people just completely unravel. And I think Austin was able to like catch himself at some points there. He like regained composure, even though it slipped sometimes, but I saw him like regain composure and like get back in the pocket. So yeah, I mean, we out here, man. Like in the end, if this leads to a bigger conversation and a bigger collaboration, I say it would just be all worth it. Because I truly believe that the well-intentioned actors in DeFi right now, some of them are getting in, that they're slipping into that comfort zone of, yo, let me just get the bag. Like, you guys would not believe the type of money some of these YouTubers are taking to promote videos. Like, in real life, after these anonymous devs, because you have to understand the context, a group of anonymous devs could literally in a year do 17 different projects. They got money. They got real money. They can go do this like as a farm, like just right after the other, like a sweatshop. So when they pull up to some of these YouTubers and they're like, yo, we'll just give you 10 grand for a mention, like for a video, a 7-minute video, a 9-minute video, bro. Real life is out here. 10 grand is a lot of money.
Wait, y'all are getting 10 grand out here? What am I doing wrong, man?
Bro, there's levels to this shit, bro. Like,
oh my god.
Do you think 10 grand is a lot of money? There's people out here getting like 50 grand for one video. Bro, these dudes got money. They're serial, like they're hitting you multiple times in a year. Like even the laziest of these devs could put something on PancakeSwap, make a quick 20 G's, and that's like a completely failed scam. Make a quick 20 G's in like a week, and they go do another one. And the other one doesn't work so well, it makes 3 G's, and then they do another one, and another one. It's DJ Khaled out here, bro. It's crazy.
Why aren't we doing projects?
Bro. Well, be careful, bro. That's the dark side. That's the dark side.
Man, when you put it like that, though, what the hell? That's crazy.
Yo,
hey,
trust me,
YaBonks,
it's
ask your
hard.
one
Like,
muted.
so when you
about
see the
Ryan.
business model, you see the blueprint, and if you know, if you know the insider information, like it makes sense to build a reputation on YouTube, build a big following, and leverage that to make like literal hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's too easy. But on the back end, yo, you got all these, bro, you got so many people losing money like nonstop to fund all this craziness, but nobody's talking for these guys, right? Nobody's talking for these people. Well, that's all gonna change now because we're coming for everybody.
And I think Austin, what were you saying too?
Yeah, ask him if he has me like personally muted because I do want to talk to him about.
Do you have Austin muted? Because he's talking right now, and I don't think you can hear him.
How come you can hear him?
I think you can actually manually mute other people if you like right click on their name. And you can also change the user volume, so you might need to turn them up a bit.
Oh, well, I had him on mute because the discussion back and forth between me and him was over. But you're saying right now you can hear him in the Discord, in this Discord, not your own side?
Yeah. He's talking in this chat room that we're in.
Oh, Austin, so I just muted him.
Austin, say something.
Yo, Oliver, can you hear me? Hello?
Nope. Hello? I don't think Oliver can hear you.
Hello.
Yo,
Test, test.
hold on. So, Lady B, no, actually, let's see. Who else is in here? Yo, DA, are you still in here? DA is no longer with us. Oh, DA, you're back? Are you here, bro? Unmute yourself. Nope. Nope, nothing. P-Draw, are you still in here?
Yo, are you gonna unmute Austin or what's going on?
I just don't want us to go in a full-fledged debate again because now we're gonna go in for another 1 hour. Well, okay, cool. So, Austin is in the chat. Let's see. Said I was wanting to unmute so we can discuss
I'm not trying to
unusual
debate, bro.
enemy Brian Legend. Oh shit.
I mean, you were sharing your thoughts on, and apparently it's supposed to be a public debate, but how come Austin has to be muted?
Obviously, because me and Austin have an adversarial debate we were just having for like 2 hours, bro. Come on, bro. Like, why are you acting like you don't understand? Like, what?
I mean, you don't have to silence him though. Like, if he's not gonna roast you. He's trying to share his perspective. Like, I don't think that.
But anyways, we're beyond that now. So he's saying we're not gonna have a full-fledged debate. So yeah, I'm gonna unmute him. Okay, Austin, you're back. You're up.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back, bro.
Okay, so yeah, no, I wasn't trying to debate. You know, you talked about Brian Legend. I laughed because I don't know if you seen. So I did a 6-hour live stream.
Shit.
Because there was like a ton of different projects launching that day, so I was like, screw it, I'll just do a giant a live stream and just like watch them all as they launch, including SAFUU being one of them. Disclaimer: I'm not invested in SAFUU, never invested in that stuff at all. So no.
Okay.
And he literally, I thought he was a bot. Like, I thought he was a fake YouTube account. Some Brian Legend dude came into my live stream saying the only project you should be talking about today is SAFUU. And you can go back. I think I have the live chat actually on replay. You can go and see. And I thought he was fake at first. Everybody's like, no, Austin, this is the real dude. And he DM'd me on Discord. I sent him the live stream link. And we literally were debating, I guess, for like an hour and a half. And I was like just asking him like how, like, you know, just talking about his past. And it was just hilarious. So yeah, like I said, I try, dude. I try to be real and transparent. Like, the dude is trash. Like, he's obviously a scammer.
Okay, what do you think makes it obvious that he is a scammer? Because he's still in the general under the general umbrella of high APY. Look, we have a fire pit. Look over here, we have a LP. Over here, we have a treasury. Just like all the other projects.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say SAFUU is like other projects, like their fire pit literally rebases. It's not like a null address. Like when other projects, you know, send their tokens or whatever to be burned, they send it to a null address, and it's like a live wallet. So that, and then
shit up, bro.
Dude, have you seen it? Have you seen it actually rebasing?
No, I haven't watched it on the blockchain, but I know it's a live address. I've had people who told me.
I was like, so I didn't find this out, and I really wish I knew this when he came on my channel, because I would have literally, you know, called him out, but I didn't find that until after. I was like, fuck, like I was going to, but no, so that, and then it's like when I was bringing up the whole Floyd Mayweather thing previous, it's like, bro, like if someone has rugged people before or has been a part of a rug. Like, that's why I even got out of Time Wonderland with SAFUU, not SAFUU, SAFUU, the freaking felon guy that has been a part of projects before. That's what tells me anyway. Obviously, when I say obviously it's a scam, that's subjective to my thinking, but I think it's obviously a scam when a dude has a past like he has of being a part of projects that's taking people money, like I think 2 times, and then the whole burn wallet address, quote unquote burn, when it's literally a rebasing address, and then he's like marketing it like it's like how you see all those banner ads, like he has all those weird banner ads, like it all just connects the dots, and I don't know.
The thing that I find particularly funny is like when him or some of his people are like, oh, he owns a racing team. I'm like, bruh.
No, he doesn't. He owns
like how?
a piece
Sway?
of paint on a race car.
How Sway?
Oh my god,
it's crazy, bro.
You know about the porn star he paid?
Dude,
the what?
Dude, wait! I gotta say this. I think wait! Please, can I say this one? Please.
Go ahead.
I think Brian Legend is now Eskimo brothers with Donald Trump because of Stormy Daniels, and I'm done.
Fuck. Yo, this dude is out of control, bro.
No,
like
he paid a porn star to endorse SAFUU. I don't know her name, but I seen it.
Stormy Daniels, dude. Stormy Daniels, the one who had the whole scandal with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump admitted to having sex with her at one point, and blah 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 blah. So my theory is maybe Brian Legend is Eskimo brothers with Donald Trump now, and I'm out.
Yo, YaBonks, can you write that name for me and the SAFUU channel? Like I need.
It is, dude. Scroll up in SAFUU. We've been talking about it all night in there while this whole thing's been going on. It's already in there.
Oh, okay.
I was throwing in gifs of Birdman. Like, dude, we were going hard on it.
Yo, because this guy is just too easy. He's too easy of a mark. Like, this is not gonna end well. At best case scenario, he makes his way to Eastern Europe, and he's definitely gonna get finessed by some of these, Russian, ex-oligarch chicks, bro. These dudes, women are straight killers. They're gonna take all the money.
Man. Man, how about his airlines? Are you guys flying SAD today?
Oh my god.
Yeah, his SAFUU Airlines Discovery, SAD, SAD. Hey, I'm flying SAD today. Like, dude, I even messaged him. I'm like, Brian, change the acronym of your airlines. Nobody was going to want to say they're flying SAD today. He just gave me a thumbs up.
Like, it's just too comical. This stuff is, like, so beyond comical and outrageous. Like, like in that last video I made of him, of like coming to my Twitter and being like, yo, you have to remove the name of this. Like, the dude is so fragile. It's just, bruh. Ugh. Disgusting. Just disgusting. So
I do have a ton of respect for Austin right now for coming in here tonight like this. Like, he came into the Lion's Den and was just like, here I am. Dude, totally badass. I love it. Everybody's gonna love that, dude. That was awesome.
Are you putting it on your channel?
Hell yeah, I'm putting it on my channel. You kidding me? I got 4 hours of the best content of my life.
Listen, okay, so I don't want Oliver to post it, but I want you to post it so that way you get the subscribers.
Bro, I'm about to go from 374 subscribers to 375. You better believe it.
Oh man, come on, yo, Austin. Let's be honest here. Now that everything is chillax, if you look at the evolution and traction of my channel, bro, come on, let's be real. Like, I'm gonna do this YouTube thing no matter what. Like, I know how to do this, bro. Like, on some YouTuber stuff, not even like the type of content or whatever. On some YouTuber stuff. Come on, bro. I don't need this to blow up. I'm blowing up no matter what.
No, I mean, I agree that
if obviously you know how to market, you know how to, build a YouTube channel. You built one before. I'm not denying the fact that you need me. I mean, like I said, again, 10,000 subscribers. I'm not a big deal in the YouTube space, and you don't need Jesse. I'm just saying, I didn't want to go live where I knew subconsciously, and I know for a fact that you were wrong about the stuff. We're not going to debate that I would even get you $1 in the monetization. It's just like a personal thing to me. I would rather come here, and this can just be 100% an ego thing for me. I mean, I'm glad with admitting that. I don't want to give you a single view, kind of just adding to the whole.
I feel you. I get it.
It's like if someone punched me in the face on the street, right? I would rather deal with them how I would deal with them instead of like, how do you want me to deal with it? Like, do you want me to get another punch, or should I? You know what I mean? It's like getting in a fight and then asking the person that you're about to fight, how would you like for me to get? No, I want to try to take control. You know?
Yeah, I get it. So YaBonks, bro, you're gonna get. I predict you get at least 33 new subscribers from this. At least.
Bro, life changing. Are you kidding me?
Bro, you need those 4,000 watch hours, and it's a long video, so that's the hardest part to do.
Dude, I'm at 2,000 watch hours already. I'm pretty much famous, so.
See, people talk about the subscriber thing, but that's not it at all.
They don't know.
These 4,000 hours is hard.
That's why I love these long AMAs with these projects. I just let these developers just talk and talk and talk, and I'm like, keep going. Everybody in your project's gonna watch it. I'm gonna get like 50 watch hours out of this.
Oh man.
Full transparency, by the way.
YaBonks.
No, but yeah, YouTuber. Yeah, go ahead. Duty was saying something.
I'm just saying, I just subscribed to YaBonks.
Hey, thanks, man. Thank you so much.
There you go. He's already up one.
Dude, I'm over here. I'm bouncing. I'm dabbing. I'm inside my head. I'm saying, bruv. I'm dabbing and stuff.
Stop.
Yo, let me address Lady B real quick. So, Lady B, you said I sent you a friend request. I may be able to help if you want it. What do you have in mind?
Well, I suppose my job is I'm a mental health nurse. So I'm just good at being able to kind of get people to sit back, listen, process the information, and then be able to give a rebuttal or advice afterwards. So it might just help in the Discord. I'm not saying for your YouTube. I think your YouTube is good. I think the approach you take with that is what's needed to get your point across. But I think if you want to get more ear time of people and more processing from them to hear the information you're trying to disseminate, to be able to kind of learn those cues. Look, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being over. I don't know. Maybe I'm being presumptuous that you don't already have those interactions sometimes because you're passionate. You're really passionate about what you're doing. And I think when you hear someone speak opposite to you, that you get even more passionate. And what I was really trying to get across.
Actually, I see that's been pretty consistent every time. You shared your opinion. Did you listen? Let me ask you. Did you listen to the whole thing from beginning? My approach and my attitude is I believe I have a much higher tolerance than most people to be able to be quiet and let someone that I don't agree with or that I even have a conflict with, which I don't have a conflict with Austin. So there's many layers between what I was doing with Austin today and a situation of real conflict. I'm able to just be still and wait. And that's actually a skill. It's very hard to even come close to mastery of that skill, is to be able to just patiently wait and stay still as you manage your emotions before you deploy whatever it is that you want to deploy. So one thing that transpired today was some of that skill that I've acquired over my life. Like, and it just comes from experience. So the fact that I repeatedly was able to do that during that call, sometimes I purposely went above that line because, you know, I had in Austin a dancing partner that would quite oftenly, more than I would like, cross over the line and talk over me. So I responded in kind, but that was conscious. Like the I think the more time people spend with me, you guys are gonna realize the different layers that there are to my personality. Yeah. So, but anyways, what I'm trying to say is the thing that you're picking up on, my passion, yes, it is there, but it's under a lot of control. There's very little that I do that goes off from just falling into an emotion or falling into a situation. I'm extremely calculated. But the way I execute, I just know how to go on different layers of the communication spectrum, depending on what I want to get across. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's fair. And look, maybe I came in at the wrong point, and by no way was I meaning to insult how you conduct yourself. I was just kind of, I suppose, putting it from my point of view as a newcomer and wanting to hear both sides of the story. And I suppose on another strength of that I think everything that you guys are trying to do to get the information out is fantastic. And I think, you know, there's probably not enough people doing that, seeing both sides. I mean, if I go into a shop buy makeup, I've already researched it from 3 different angles, you know, like there's just be no difference. Like, and you're taking that risk. It doesn't mean that what I put on my face is not going to cause a reaction, because it didn't for the 50 other people before me. So just because 50 people before me made money on SAFUU or Titano doesn't mean I'm going to make money on it. I could have the opposite effect. So we all have to go into it really like openly. But I think the fact that you're trying to be transparent and show through a lot of these things and giving everybody the information before they make the decision is really commendable. But I for me, it's just about how people go about doing that. And there was no disrespect meant in any way, shape, or form. I suppose I just want to try and help whatever way so people can get their point across.
Yeah, I feel you completely, and I didn't take any disrespect at all.
Okay,
I'm able to read your energy behind what you're saying. I think what you essentially communicating to me is what really comes down to your preference. Now that preference has some social proof behind it, and this is why you have this level of comfort in sharing that preference. But the fact of the matter is, I'm playing on a different field. I'm playing in a place that is extremely uncommon in terms of the mixture of performance, communication, emotional, stuff that is going on in there. Like, I'm on a completely different field in terms of like what I'm doing, because I'm a full package. And you have to also understand, like, at this stage of what I define as my mission, I'm not trying to get everybody on board. If I wanted to get everybody on board, I wouldn't do what I'm doing. It's a lot easier to pretend nothing is happening and just tell to people exactly what they want to hear. Like, think about it. If I have the skill to do what I do, imagine how deadly I would be if I went completely to the dark side. Think about that for a second. So you have to be a special type of human being to want to go against the grain and not just do it in a way where you're shaking your finger at people and they just tune out. And that's what I'm saying about the layers of sophistication behind my execution. I'm doing it in a way where, look, it's 6 a.m. Eastern time. We have a bunch of people that literally just spent 4 hours into this chat. There's still 15 people here. That's crazy. So something's happening. I don't know to what extent you guys realize what is happening here, but something is taking place. And if, anyways, I don't want to say too much, but I think you feel what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I totally get what you're saying, and I think there's definitely a need and a space for you to be there, to be able to give us all the information, to be able to see it from both sides, you know. And at the end of the day, everybody takes a risk when they're investing in anything, you know, and people need to be aware of that. And I don't think it needs to fall on the shoulders. So I hear what you're saying in that respect. You know, people have an audience, and depending on how that person dictates that audience, depends on how that audience will go ahead and invest. But at the end of the day, that's their responsibility, the audiences, because just because someone tells you to jump in a river when it's going to 50 miles an hour because you're going to get a rush doesn't mean it's safe and you're going to come out alive. You know, it's a risk, you know.
Right.
So I think people just have to be a bit more kind of responsible for their own actions and their own investments and do their own research. And like I keep saying, I'm brand new to this and I've been influenced by friends, but I've ultimately realized I have to do all that myself. And it doesn't matter how many people say, let's fucking go in a Discord, or I'm bullish or whatever, you know. If something's not performing, it's not performing. And you have to look at why. And you have to look at the roadmap, the white paper, the intentions, the doxing. Like, there's so many elements to it all, you know. I'm not going to give my money to a stranger on the street and say, here, put that in that for me and let's hope it grows. So why would you do it with anything else? So
yeah. So this one right here,
I just think it's good to have the platforms there to be able to discuss it. No, pardon. No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, finish your thought. I thought you had finished.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I tend to go off a little bit on the tangent, so don't mind me. I am finished now.
Okay. So this one is a bit delicate here, because I think I don't remember exactly who had made that point. Maybe he's not here right now. But someone made the point earlier that it might have been Pedro. We are, as YouTubers, we are influencers. So it's not, we would like to say, okay, you know what? Everybody is responsible. Everybody go do your own thing. It really doesn't matter. But it's not really like that in real life. And that's just real life. There's a difference between what's written on paper versus what people really do out in nature. Out in nature, people get influenced. This is why we call people like me and Austin and Jesse and all the others, we call them influencers. There's a reason for that. It's because the influence is real. The effect of repetition is real. You can get conditioned into getting into certain states that will make you more or less vulnerable to scams. That is real. When people get into these echo chambers on Discord and everybody's like, memes everywhere, let's effing go, da-da-da-da-da, this, that, and the third, and anyone who questions anything immediately gets removed, that's a cult for a reason, and it's called a cult for a reason. It is because it is inducive to create terrible judgment and emotional, like the crowd mentality and herd reflexes. This is all part of the game. And this is where things get even crazier. We're just touching on the influencer and the Discord social dynamics. But on the code, and again, my content is going to evolve to touch on the blockchain and all the code that is behind all of this stuff. I already see the people showing up, letting me know, yo, we can do this, we can do that. So I know it's going to happen. And what you will find a few months down the road, as my content evolve, what you will find is what these devs are doing is they're creating environments because they know 99.9% of people cannot read the blockchain or read the code behind these projects. They're basically, pardon my French, but they're fucking you from the get-go. There's literally no way for you to win in some of these projects. And when I say for you to win, this is a generalization, meaning the vast majority, and by vast majority, I mean like over 70% of people will never make a dime from this. So it's all nice and well for us to sit here and say, oh, do your own research, or da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's not financial advice, but yo, that's almost irrelevant how bad things have gotten right now. Like, we need shock therapy. And this is what I'm doing, right? And unfortunately, that comes with a territory where things have to break a little bit. So it's not going to be smooth selling. But those that stick around for that ride, I believe will end up in a better place than those that are like, oh, I have to tune out because he said this thing and that's offensive. Bro, can't do it. Done. Bye. Okay, cool. No problem. It is what it is. Maybe they come back around in 2 years when we have over 1 million subs and the DeFi army is 30,000 strong, solid, and we're just making waves. Yeah, that's fine too. The level of damage that I could do if I went to the dark side cannot be understated, because I know how to do this stuff. Like, I got the fibers to do this. This is real. It's rare. And it's not like I don't know, because this is learned behavior. This is stuff that I taught myself how to do. This is not something coming from thin air and I just happen to be. No. Everything that I do is planned. So if I wanted to go to the dark side, bro, the damage would have been real. Believe that. So, but again, let's let history do its thing. We'll see. We'll see if I'm right about this. I believe I am. The second thing that I have to address here, this is quite serious. So Austin put a message saying that he hopes that I take down the video, and that he thinks it would send a powerful and message to the space. No, Austin, I'm not taking down the video, because like I said, the moves that I do are not, it's not a fluke that I made this move. And you have to consider the results, the results that came from this move. It's been a buildup, and look at what happened tonight, right? So perhaps we go on a different page where we collaborate on the things that we agree on that are bigger than both you and I. Perhaps we don't. But the fact of the matter is, this was a strategy that was deployed in order to yield the results that it's yielding right now. It's not a mistake. And earlier, like, you might think it was just me throwing a jab at you, but it could go down as you are an unfortunate casualty in this story that I'm building. And I'm willing to accept that too, if that is the case. But this video that I put out was not a mistake. And I didn't do it I didn't fall into it. I planned it. And these are the results. We just produced 4 hours of content for your YaBonks. He's about to gain minimum 33 subscribers. This changes everything, bro. So this whole thing is part of a bigger plan. So, you have to take the good with the bad.
Yo,
He called him America's golden boy. That's fine too. That's fine too. Go ahead,
all right,
Austin.
well, I'll come with a middle ground. All right. Because I do agree that this did spark an ability for me to kind of come up here and be like, hey, this is me. This isn't just some person that's going to, ignore what you say. But then if you will not take down the video, and I'm not asking you to take down the video because I have anything to hide or anything like that, but I'm still looking at the comments and people, are coming on there, oh my God, Austin, like, blah, blah. And I created Operation Give Back out of genuine, like, I wanted to do something and bring positive light to the DeFi space. And that's where I thought, and I still think I can do something really good with Operation Give Back, where it's not just giving away a little bit of money here and there on live stream. That's just to prove a concept where I show people I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm not just promising anything, but later on we can do, really big give backs to local communities, veterans with PTSD, people in need, things like just so many different things. And that is, and that do what? Yeah, animal rescues, literally anything. I mean, it's literally going to be a community-driven thing, and it's going to be transparent through the power of the blockchain and to my ability to vlog the whole process from start to finish, where the end receiver can get said money. It's not like these corrupt charities where people have their hands in the pot. So you still have people on your video that have never even heard of what we just went over. And that's where the whole defamation thing comes in, where people are going to still have this picture that won't take the time to, or wasn't here to know what I'm really about. So what I'm asking of you to do is, if you aren't willing to take down the video, pin a comment that is a win-win for both you, showing that you are willing to show both sides of the story, and for YaBonks to get some more subscribers. Take YaBonks' video and pin it in your comment saying, hey, Austin actually did come on my Discord. Here's the complete, Discord chat or whatever, live stream, whatever you want to call it, on YaBonks.
Yeah, that's an interesting ask. It's a very interesting ask. So first, let me just start there, completely from left field. I want to commend you on coming up with that proposition.
Because it's just like how you're passionate about the DeFi army. Like again, I agree with your overall message, but it's the same concept. If I made a defamatory video about you, and then, because your mission is bigger than yourself, as in Oliver, right? Just like how I believe what I would love to do with Operation Giveback is bigger than Austin Clark, because it can be. It has the potential to. I make the joke all the time that I would love to be the Mr. Beast of DeFi, and I'm going to try my best to get there. But, with that, this video that you did call out my Operation Giveback, and you did make fun of that, that's going to continue to bring a negative light every single time that video is still able to be on YouTube. So if you're not willing to take that down, because you're not, respecting my mission, and I've dedicated my whole night to be on this Discord with you. I've lost all night's sleep now, and I'm literally getting ready to film a wedding in about 6 hours, by the way. With all this stuff, then I would at least ask you to give me the decency to pin a comment with the behind the scenes of here I am, like, as far as, like, the chat and stuff.
Okay, so here's what I think. Here's why I think what you're asking is very smart, because it falls into a tight margin of something that sounds very reasonable, but that is absolutely not in my best interest. So here's the thing, right? Right now, like you said so accurately earlier in the conversation, you and I have a conflict of interest, and it's showing up right now again. You asking something of me to do for you, right? But I don't owe you what you're asking of me. And there's something you don't want to do for me, which is we could have a concise version, post-mortem version of this conversation on my YouTube channel. But you don't want to do that, even though we've reached this point where we ran over a lot of the turbulence to a point where we can talk in a more amicable fashion. But now we could still go ahead and execute on a conversation where you get your point of view across, I get my point of view across, and yes, I get the views because I am a YouTuber. I'm not confused about what I'm doing on this platform that is called YouTube. I'm here for views and my mission. I could do the same mission without being a YouTuber, but I chose to be a YouTuber, which means views are important. So when you tell me you don't want me to have the exposure of putting the content directly to YouTube, that was you representing your point of view. But let's just be completely transparent about what transpired, right? Essentially, I baited you into having this conversation. Now, here's the thing about life and the little surprises that it has. At first, it looks like I'm an adversary, but your adversaries help you discover yourself. And today, you were able to discover yourself and show the world also who you are. And I think there's something very admirable there. It's like some of these old warrior movies when you find two sworn enemies end up being more intimate with each other in their battles than the people that are the closest to them. Because that battle makes them reveal their inner character. And so some of that happened here today. There's a little magic in that somewhere. But as we're, concluding, you're about to leave and stuff like that, because we have been going hard for a minute, you throw a softball to tactically defend your interest. And the softball was so good with the YaBonks proposition that I just had to take a minute to be like, oh, that's a really good one. Because, I love when the game is being played. Hold on, YaBonks. Hold on. I like when the game is being played at a higher level. Like I said, I can go up and down these levels like I'm in the Matrix. It's Neo out here. No, more like Morpheus because I'm black. Anyway, so my point is I like the move. I cannot execute on it. But the door is open for us to have, for example, a back and forth, an interview on my channel and an interview on your channel, if you want. That could give you, there's something there. You could get views from it. I can get views from it. Or we can just leave it with YaBonks. What do you think? What do you think, Austin?
I thought you were talking to YaBonks. I'm just going to be totally real.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So you said for me to come on your channel and then you come on my channel. I mean,
if that's of interest, that was just me opening the door. We don't have to do that at all. We don't have to do anything. We already did the thing. The magic that there was to be shared between you and I, it's already shared. Now we're just trying to get the cherry on the sundae. When you take a step back and you look at this 4 hours of what we just traded, there was some magic in there. I saw it. I know it was there. And I'm telling you, that was special enough. We don't even need anything more from that. That's good enough. The rest that we're trying to discuss right now is a negotiation on where are we going to place the cherry on the sundae. I'm good with the sundae, bro. But if you want a cherry, we can talk about it.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying as far as, like, I honestly, be real with you, I never even thought I would be talking to you because, like I said, it's not that I have anything to hide. I didn't want to give you the clout. I just didn't want to do it. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing more I personally think that can be discussed that wasn't discussed in length in what we talked about. I just think it would be very good and benefit both of our missions of you actually truly calling out YouTubers that are wanting to take advantage of their audiences, and me to not have people think that something that I created truly to build transparency and to help people in the space and to bring positivity in such a negative, toxic place, both of these can come together by showing that even people that have disagreements, you disagreed with my point of views of conflict of interest and all that. I disagreed with you of XYZ. We had multiple disagreements, but we can still come together and agree that I would still love to have you on my team and you to be and I be on your team on exposing and using our followers, using our platforms to expose the bad actors in this space, because I would love that. I said that in the chat and I will say it again. But I don't just want to have my name consistently slandered to where it's just able to click on replay. And I get it. That's totally an ask that I'm asking to benefit me. But also, I think it would indirectly, because that directly does benefit me if you taking the video down, but it would indirectly benefit you as well, because again, dude, I'm not trying to debate anymore. I'm not. But objectively, most of that video was literally just you throwing insults at me, and then the other half was just baseless, accusations. So truly, there's no value there other than just spreading hate, and I truly don't like that.
It's a strong word, bro. Don't do that.
Okay,
there's
well,
no hate in that. Don't do
negative,
that.
negativity.
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
this.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
yeah. Because
Not
some
hate.
people, I get it. Some people can put it out of context. Okay, negativity, just complete negativity, and I think we can both agree to disagree on the disagreements that we have and focus on the bigger mission, like you said. And that's why I think taking the video down would be both mutually beneficial. And I've stayed up literally. I don't know how else I can prove that I truly care about the content I make. I mean, my girlfriend's literally in the next room. The one that you made fun of me about. She's literally in there sleeping right now. She texted me like about an hour ago. Where you at? I'm just like, here I am. She knows the whole situation too. I mean,
well, it's a good ask that you made sure to protect your interest in that way, and it's smart that you played it from the angle that you're coming to. Like, if I was another person, you would have gotten that interest in the books. But again, like I play on a different field, right? I have access to many tools, and I'm telling you, there's no in my book, it wouldn't make sense for me to execute what I did with that video and full knowledge of what I'm doing. It's part of a bigger mission. And again, it's not like the mission is going to be executed without any rough edges. That's not how life operates. Like when you want things done, it's not going to be perfect. And when I said earlier, again, I'm going to remind you of this. When I said it could come down that you were an unfortunate casualty, I really mean that. And I mean that on two levels. On the one level, I think I'm completely accurate on the fact that you kind of slid into the YouTuber blueprint for crypto. I don't think that your inner core is really about that blueprint, but there were no other examples. So you went that route. I think if you had to do it over after what happened tonight, the magic that we shared that I'm talking about, I think if you had to redo it, there are certain alliances or proximities that you would not necessarily keep so closely. And you would find that that would not do anything to your long-term success on YouTube. But again, the blueprint was there. It is what it is. But that being said, you have spots where you are exposed. And these spots makes it that these are attack vectors. And they got exploited. And the content that I was made with a mixture of these attack vectors and other comical and non-accurate information that I was sharing based on a bigger package that serves a bigger purpose. And that is so true that this is the proof. Look, you're still here with me talking right now. What does that mean? That means I was right. By right, I don't mean I was righteous. I'm saying I mean that the analysis that I made was correct and I delivered and got the result that was expected. So this is part of my path towards the expression of how I understand my mission in DeFi. So I'm not going to go back and remove a key stepping stone into getting to that mission. And I do truly believe it's just this cherry on the sundae. We can, like, and I'll say this about your charity work. If you do it the right way, this will be a footnote in your journey to become the Mr. Beast of DeFi. If you do it the right way. So I think in fact, you should maybe use that as an adversity that you need to overcome in order to get to the next level. Because again, your adversaries sometimes help you more. Let me just mute this person real quick. Your adversaries sometimes help you more than the people that are closest to you that are more inclined to agree with you on things. But it's a matter of perspective. So we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. So I see Austin didn't react. I don't know if he's consulting with advisors or.
I was waiting till he was done.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, but I mean, yeah, man. I mean, it is what it is. You know, like you said, we can agree and disagree on all these things, and I'm trying to do it the legit way. You know, I can't. Obviously, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to make future mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to do the best I can. And again, like I said, I only take this personally, and I hate when people use the thing of you're only defending yourself because you have things to hide. No, I mean, if you're really passionate about stuff and you like what you do, you're going to try to take up for yourself no matter what, and that's what this whole thing was about. And at least I tried to convey. I hope at least a part of you can see that I try to do things legit and I mean well in the best way I can. And I just hope we can move past this and, I can continue with doing the best I can, and like I said, my invitation is there to help you out with, the developers and rug pulls and stuff like that. I even made a tweet. I would love to build a team, and I have a small team right now, but I'd love to work together and build a team on trying to locate Caddyverse. She was like the mastermind behind the Universe rug pull because that affected a lot of people, including my subscribers. So I'd be more than happy to.
We'll look into it. Maybe there's something there. That would actually be poetic. And the future Netflix Austin, the Mr. Beast of DeFi documentary, that if that were to happen, like, adversary turn partnership, that would be sick. Just quick parentheses though. I saw you mention MDB by name, and he has a logo that looks like a project. So is this person a project lead or something?
What do you mean? Like when I was talking about I did an AMA with him?
Yeah, you mentioned I see MDB is in here. This guy's name's the Godfather MDB.
Oh yeah. He's one of the team members of MDB, the actual project.
What does MDB stand for?
So I don't know if they rebranded because I even told him, I was like, dude, you got to change the name. I told him on there, I was like, dude, so it was $1 Million Baby, but I think they changed it to Make DeFi Better now. I don't know which one. I don't know which one they go.
It's one of the Obsidian thingies. Is it a high APY?
No, it's not actually a rebasing project. It's a project kind of like it works kind of like a trust fund. Do you know how that works?
A trust fund?
Yeah.
How? That sounds like a DAO already.
No. So you don't like get passive income, or you don't get like inflationary like rebasing tokens or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, how it is like you buy the token, right? You get MDB, and the price fluctuates. They keep a low liquidity to help with a high level of volatility. And I'm going to miss facts, dude. I'm freaking tired. But they make the volatility. They leave the liquidity small and keep most of it within the. Oh my God, I'm blanking on the word. So they got the trust fund. Okay, the trust fund. All right. So then it kind of works like how you said with the DAO, where they have investments or whatever, and then those investments feed the buybacks that they do. And so when, say, for an instance, the price dips and people take profit at random times, they use the money they accumulate from the investments they use to buy back the token to increase the price. And it's like this ever appreciating token because it's a limited supply. It's not an elastic supply like some projects are. So there's like a fixed. I think they launched with 1 billion tokens. I don't know the exact fixed amount. I forgot, but they have a fixed amount of tokens, so that way there's already like a deflationary part of it, right? Like it's already like a fixed amount, and they're already burning them and stuff like that. So that's kind of like the gist. But feel free to look over in depth of that.
All right, cool. Well, if on that note, I think this is the end. Like, bro, my back is hurting. Like, I have this crazy chair, and despite that, my back is still hurting. So we definitely gotta go now. I gotta find a bed. So all right. So listen, everybody, who you guys can catch the replay on YaBonks' channel. I don't know how long it's gonna take him to upload a 4-hour video. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so yeah, that's it, folks. You guys just witnessed whatever it is that happened here today, and yeah, we're gonna keep it moving. Let's see. This is the Discord second day officially. We have 52 people live, 150 offline. That's 200 people in 40. Let's call it 50 hours. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna keep it pushing, man. So yeah, we'll see if what pans out on the back end between me and Austin. If nothing happens, I think today was great. That's enough. Like, that's a great storyline, whatever direction we both go. And if YaBonks becomes the person to inherit some of that shine on his thing, that's also a great storyline. But I just want to say, as I live as I actually leave, for sure, that with the DeFi army, what is happening here, I think that the more clearly that I show myself, and you guys can see I'm not shy about any of this stuff. Like, I'm down for all of it, because the more clearly I show myself and show my identity and my personality and the layers to what I bring to the table, the easier it'll be for that core group of people to gravitate towards me, and so we can get on the mission, right? Because the initial group, that core group, I need these people to be solid. So if you already see the way I move from the grounds up, by the time we get 2-3 months into the journey, then you already know what I'm about for real, for real. Like, after 4 hours, nobody can bullshit for 4 hours and not leak anything about what they're really made of. So if you guys are interested to go back and forensic analyze this whole thing, you'll see what I'm made of. So if that's your thing, bro, let's get it. Let's fucking get it. Because like I said, we're coming for everybody. Hey. Okay, ladies and gents, that was all, folks. That's it. Catch the replay on YaBonks. I'm out.
Yeah, see you around. Bye.
See we. All right, deuces. Peace out, everyone.
All right.
All right,
That's
bye.
great, people.
Bye, guys.